Okay, going live now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the June meeting of the Mansfield Shire Council. My name is Mark Holcomb. I'm the Mayor of the Shire. I'd like to welcome councillors. I'd like to welcome our CEO, Caitlin Conrick. I'd like to welcome the executive, General Manager of Infrastructure and Planning, Kirsten Alexander, the General Manager of Interim General Manager of Corporate and Community Services, Mandy Kinnersley, and our Coordinator of Governance and Risk, Michelle Kane, and also Mandy Snell, who's providing council support online. And I'd also like to welcome all those online who are watching tonight's proceedings. If we can start with, I'll call on each councillor and ask them to confirm verbally that they can see all councillors and hear the proceedings, please. Councillor Rabi.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I can see and hear all councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Rabi. Councillor Sladen.
I can hear the proceedings and see all councillors and council officers.
Thank you. Councillor Tan.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I can hear all council officers and councillors and hear the proceedings.
Thank you. And Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I can see all councillors and can hear the proceedings.
Thank you. Can I ask each councillor to confirm by raising their hand that they could all hear each statement of the councillors? Councillor Sladen, Councillor Rabi, Councillor Tan, Councillor Webb, Councillor Webb. Thank you. Apologies. Are there any apologies, Madam CEO?
There are no apologies tonight, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now call on, read the statement of commitment and then call on each councillor to confirm their commitment. As councillors of Mansfield Shire, we are committed to ensuring our behaviour meets the standards set by the Mansfield Shire Council Code of Conduct and Councillor Charter. We will at all times faithfully represent and uphold the trust placed in us by the community. Councillor Rabi.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I confirm my commitment to the standards set by the Mansfield Shire Council Code of Conduct and
Thank you. Councillor Sladen.
I confirm my commitment, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Tan.
I confirm my commitment, Mr Mayor.
And Councillor Webb.
I confirm my commitment. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Acknowledgements of country. Deputy Mayor, Mr Tan, will you recite the council's acknowledgement of country, please?
Certainly. Our meeting is being held on the lands of the Tungarong people, and we wish to acknowledge them as traditional owners. We would also like to pay our respects to their elders, past and present, and Aboriginal elders of other communities who may be here today.
Thank you, Councillor Tan. Councillors, I'll ask you to declare whether you have any conflicts of interest in relation to any agenda items. Now, Councillor Rabi.
I have no conflict of interest.
Councillor Sladen.
I do not have any conflicts of interest in relation to any agenda item.
Councillor Tan.
I have no conflicts of interest in regards to the agenda tonight.
Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I have no conflicts of interest in regards to tonight's agenda. Thank you.
And I have no conflicts of interest either. Confirmation of the minutes. Do we have a motion regarding the confirmation of the minutes, please? Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Motion being that the minutes of the Mansfield Shire Council meeting held on the 18th of May 2021 be confirmed as an accurate record, and that the minutes of the Special Committee of Council meeting held on 25th of May 2021 be confirmed as an accurate record.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. Any seconders? Thank you, Councillor Rabi. Those for? Those against? Motion is passed. Thank you. Representations. We have a number of representations this evening. Firstly is the presentation of the Tongarong sovereign flag from the Tongarong Land and Waters Council. I believe our Coordinator of Governance and Risk has that flag. Thank you. And thank you very much to the Tongarong Land and Waters Council for the flag, which will be displayed within our council chambers. Thank you. We also have a number of representations tonight. We have 8 speakers on motion on point 13.2.1 and 9 speakers on 13.2.2 of our agenda. And I'll speak to those as we get closer to those agenda items. Item 10 is the Mayor's report. I'll take the report as being read. The only point I'd like to add to it is that there was a roundtable meeting planned to be with Helen Haynes, the federal member for Indi. That unfortunately was cancelled during the month, so that did not occur. And I would also like to acknowledge the fact that one of our citizens, Vivian Ritchie, received an AM during the last 2 weeks. And if I could call on Deputy Mayor Councillor Tan to say a few words with respect to that. Thank you, Councillor Tan.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to acknowledge a local citizen, Mrs. Vivian Ritchie, who recently was awarded an AM for significant service to the Anglican Church, which included being a trustee, a member of the Diocesan Council, a counsellor and probation officer for 25 years. Also, for significant service to the community in roles with the Melbourne Recital Centre, the Melbourne International Chamber of Music, the Australian National Academy of Music, and lastly, a co-founder of the Dalatite Winery, which was founded in 1968. So I'd like to pass on my congratulations to Vivian. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Tan. And on behalf of all of councillors and the council, congratulations to Vivian for that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Tan. Do we have a motion regarding the Mayor's report, please? Councillor Rabi?
Yeah, I'd like to move the motion that Council receive the Mayor's report for the period 18th of May 2021 to the 16th of June 2021.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Webb? Any questions or comments on the report? Those for? Motion is passed. Agenda item 11, reports from the council appointed representatives. The Goulburn Murray Climate Alliance, Councillor Webb, anything to report?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. No further, we haven't met since the previous meeting. I believe the next meeting is scheduled for the following month.
Thanks, Councillor Webb. The Hume Regional Local Government Network has not met since the previous meeting as well. The Lake Eildon Land and On-Water Management Plan Implementation Committee, Councillor Sladen.
Yes, a meeting was held last Thursday. Unfortunately, due to a medical appointment, I was unable to attend, and I think I may be able to defer to the General Manager of Infrastructure and Planning, who did attend that meeting. Whether she wants to give a brief report on that.
I'll just give a really brief report. One of the really pleasing things that came up at that meeting was an update from the enforcement that was done around the, I guess you could say, education rather than enforcement, but by Delpin and Goulburn Murray Water during the recent holiday period, in just educating people about not camping on the lake bed and going to designated campgrounds. They were quite happy with the response, and they didn't, people were behaving in a much better way as a result of that process, and achieved the outcome. So new signage installed, and then a lot of activity around directing people to the right locations to camp. And I think also some positive feedback in relation to council's interaction with them over the assets identification too. So there'll be a briefing coming to council shortly on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. The Mansfield Shire Council Audit and Risk Committee did not meet, so there's no further comment on that. MAV, that also has not met. The North East Local Government Waste Forum, Councillor Ravi.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we met on the Thursday, the 3rd of June, and there were two presentations, one by Sky Holcomb Henley from Delwood, and that was about the single-use straws, cutlery, plates, drink stirrers, expanded polystyrene food and drink containers, cotton buds, sticks, and they'll all be banned for sale or supply by February 2023. It was an interesting, very interesting presentation and how they're going to go about doing that by that time. Followed by another presentation by Russell Kennedy Lawyers about the Environment Protection Act, which was riveting. That went for 1 hour. And there was a little bit discussed, Ms. Mayor and councillors, about poor capping on landfills, part of the closed landfills risk assessment and action plan. So that was basically the guts of the meeting, and I shall report in 3 months' time when we have another meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Ravi. So I admitted before with respect to the Mansfield Shire Business and Community Recovery Advisory Committee, that has not met during the month either, but we'll be meeting Wednesday of this week, which I think will be the final meeting of this committee. Rural Councils Victoria. Councillor Tan, you were present at the recent conference for the Rural Council Victoria. Would you like to say something?
Yes, I was, Mr. Mayor. The Rural Councils Victoria Summit was held at Nagambie in late May. Due to the recent COVID lockdown, it was scheduled for 2-day program, but it was just reduced to 1 day. But still, most speakers were able to be fitted into that 1 day, so which was good. The keynote speaker was Minister for Regional Development, Mary Ann Thomas, who announced that the state government's new funding for grants of $500,000, which would be 4-in-1 in kind, for planning projects, including master plans, strategies, rezonings and planning amendments to the minister. So I think this could be, this grant could be perhaps of great use for the Mansfield Shire down the track. The other keynote speaker was demographer Bernard Salt, and he spoke about how we will be shaped by COVID and declining population growth, which was very interesting. He focused on the latest, the coolest and the hippiest new life form to emerge from the Australian demographic soup. And they are what he called the Vespers, and they are the virus escapees seeking provincial Australia. So, which was very interesting to learn about them. So they're people who are streaming out of the big cities for the safety, the security and the space and the affordability. And in their minds, at least, the possibility of introducing their values and lifestyle to provincial cities and towns within striking distance of capital cities. He also talked about how for 20 years we saw the exodus of the young to the cities, the bright, the smart and the young, in exchange for the older retirees, and how that is now changing. And we should look forward to being able to retain some of our our younger and brighter people in the area instead of losing them to the city. There was other speakers that focused on regionalisation, in particular what facilities we need to attract natural growth in our shires, and they spoke a lot about schools, hospitals, water, waste, aged care and housing in particular. Other topics that were covered at the conference included working for Victoria, an analysis of the program, food and beverage manufacturing in regional areas, the RCV survey, which for some reason Mansfield didn't have a response to, which we must follow up, but it asked, what have you got in terms of what have you got in your shire to attract businesses to your area? So that's something we've probably got to look at doing, and there was also a fair bit on recycling. So all in all, it was a very good summit, and albeit condensed into a fairly short time frame. So it was pretty full on, but it was well worth attending. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Tam. Can we have a motion regarding the report from council appointed representatives, please? Councillor Ravi? Councillor Ravi, you're on mute.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I should know that by now. I'd like to move the motion that council note the verbal reports provided by councillors in relation to their representation on external committees.
Thanks, Councillor Ravi. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Sladen? Any further questions or comments? Thank you. Those for? Motion is passed. Thank you. Officer reports, item 13, the Chief Executive Officer, Colin Conrick's report. Are there any questions or comments on this report? Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Only comment, please, if I could, Madam CEO, on page 21. I just note the higher than average disclosure of family violence. Does Mansfield Shire have the resources it needs to adequately deal with family violence cases?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of our services that come or deal with family violence, we have our maternal and child health service that has some expertise there and certainly works with families around family violence. We also have our family counselling, integrated family services that have counselling services that quite often work on that matter as well. But if family violence is a community issue, as you probably understand, Councillor Webb, so there are other professionals in our community that also form a network that respond to and deal with family violence, including the police, of course. So in terms of the question about do we have enough resources, our resources are directed to particular family matters around, early childhood and family counselling. So that's where we focus our resources at the moment.
Thanks very much for your response.
Councillor Ravi.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a comment on page 12 of 23, Kayleen, that I noticed that the value of building permits lodged this year, if we take an average and extrapolate that through for this year to the end of the financial, we should be up to 69,736,000, which is a gain of 6.8 million on last year. So it highlights that we are growing exponentially, and it's quite interesting to note that in your report. Thanks very much for that. I have one more question, and I suppose it may be for the waste recovery people, that on the attachment 1, it mentions a cardboard baler. I know that there was provision for $90,000 for that cardboard baler in the 2021 budget last year, and the total forecast is 83,901. Would you be able to expand on that, please?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll refer to the General Manager of Infrastructure and Planning to respond to Councillor Ravi's question. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Just an update on that. Yes, there was quite a significant saving when we procured that item. The overall cost, including the upgrade of the solar panels, was actually $54,710 in total, including the baler cost and the solar upgrade. My understanding is that the updated cost there also shows some money that was allocated to a fire tank upgrade at the site as well, which was around $29,000, which was able to be funded out of the savings that were made. It was something that was picked up by an audit and was a necessary OH&S item to be done. And that was able to be funded out of the savings that were made in procurement of the baler. So a good outcome there.
Yeah, thanks very much for that explanation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ravi. Do we have a motion, councillors? Councillor Sladen?
Yes, the recommendation is the council receive and note the Chief Executive Officer's report for the period 20th of April to the 15th of June 2021.
Thanks, Councillor Sladen. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Turn? Would anyone else like to have any further questions or comments? If there's no other speakers, those for? The motion is passed. Thank you. Item 13.2, the Mansfield Commercial Industrial Land Use Strategy Adoption. Which is under the responsible officer, Melissa Crane, the Manager of Planning and Environment. We have 8 speakers here this evening on this item. And what we'd like to do is call on the 8 speakers. Michelle, are we ready for that?
Yes, I can bring in the first speaker, so that will be Tony Tehan.
Tony Tehan. And if I can just say to all speakers that councillors have read the submissions, that we've read all the submissions, and it would be greatly appreciated if you could keep your presentation to the allotted 3 minutes and cover information that is only that is not included in your submission. To ensure that we keep this on time and everyone is given a fair chance, our Coordinator of Governance and Risk will ring the bell 30 seconds before the 3 minutes is up, and then at the 3-minute mark, the bell will be rung again, in which case when we'll be asking you to finish up. We thank you very much for coming along, and if we can start firstly, as you said, Michelle, with Tony Tehan, that would be great. Thank you.
Tony, can you hear us? It's just showing connecting. Hello, Tony, can you hear us?
Tony, can you hear? Hello? Michelle, is it possible to move to?
Yep, I'll move Tony back.
And when Tony comes back in, we'll get him back on. Thank you.
Yes, so next we've got Matthew Adams.
Thank you. Is Matthew there?
Just coming in now.
Matthew, can you hear? No.
Hello, Matthew. Can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Great. Over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Matthew, welcome to the meeting. My name is Mark Holcomb. I think did you hear what we said earlier about just the information we require in the submissions and the timeframes?
No, I wasn't in the meeting, so I wasn't able to hear anything that's up until this point right now.
Okay. Firstly, we've all read the submissions, so we know what the submissions are. It'd be appreciated if your presentation would only just cover new information that is in the submission, so it'll enable us to get through all the submitters at a reasonable time. The presentation will be 3 minutes, and a bell will be rung 30 seconds before to give you an indication of time.
Sure.
So over to you, Matthew, and welcome.
No worries. All right. Good afternoon, councillors. We live at 274 Dead Horse Lane on a low-density residential block. I'd like to speak to this council about our objection to rezoning our section of Dead Horse Lane to MUZ. Our block, adjacent to an empty paddock of approximately 4 acres in size, that is currently zoned LDRZ. When purchasing our block, the quiet residential location adjacent to other LDRZ and GRZ1 zonings influenced our decision. Currently, it can be developed into half-acre residential blocks, which is what we expected when purchasing our property. MUZ has no minimum block size limit, therefore has the potential to become of a much higher density than would suit the amenity of the immediate area. If the proposed area becomes zoned MUZ, it may result in a lack of buffer between residential and future construction. We would be naive to think no development would happen around us, but the development that we believe the area is suited to are residential homes with sheds and large family-friendly yards. MUZ may mean high fences, high roof lines, small blocks and destruction of vegetation. The red gums in number 264 are hundreds of years old. These trees support the ecological functioning of our landscape. They are biodiversity hotspots, providing essential habitat for local wildlife such as natives, birds, insects and possums. No matter how many trees we plant, not one will reach this level of maturity in our lifetime. We are losing these trees from our landscape at a rate of knots, should we not do our utmost to protect them. If the land next door is industrialised, the chance of these irreplaceable trees are removed are much greater than if it stays LDRZ. This, along with the possibility of larger roads, parking and more buildings, means that it is highly likely that the red gums will be lost, as we have recently seen across the road at 275 Dead Horse Lane. When reading from page 24 of the Mansfield Shire Council Environmental Strategy 2019-23, Land, as one of the 4 main focus groups, states that the Shire should identify mechanisms to protect large old red gums via tree protection overlay or policy statement in Mansfield planning scheme, and to protect and promote native vegetation on private property, particularly large old red gums. Of what use is an environmental planning strategy if it doesn't protect the environment? The range of uses in MUZ is quite varied, and too many items do not require special planning to proceed, such as small food shops, houses of worship, etc. These may sound innocent enough, but what happens to my house value when my backyard smells like fish and chips? The road is already busy and in poor condition and lacks any sort of footpath. Bringing in a higher density of businesses brings more traffic and more pedestrians. Some examples are Kylan Mechanical, where cars are coming and going all day, and in addition to this, lots of people drop their cars off and walk along the roadside. Other entities nearby that this kind of rezoning and development may attract are wholesalers such as AWM and Reese Plumbing, or one of the many gyms and trainers around town. This constant flow of extra traffic and pedestrians will put further pressure on the road. Some of our other concerns with the proposed rezoning are: what power will we as residents have against the development of undesirable enterprise on our doorstep? Why should we have to be pushed into rezoning to accommodate a developer? We feel rezoning will decrease the value of our land. We have no idea what may be built beside us, and open rural living we enjoy will be encroached upon. We are being asked to accept a rezoning MUZ when we and also the council have no idea what will be moving in next door to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Councillors, are there any questions of Matthew? No questions? Okay. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you for being brief and concise, and thank you for your input.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. Mr. Mayor, I might allow the speakers to stay in the room on mute as we bring the next speaker in. So Matthew, if you can mute yourself, please.
Not a problem.
Robbie McKenzie is next.
Good evening, Robbie. My name is Mark Holcomb.
Just a moment. Just a moment. He's still connecting. Matthew, Mr. Mayor, I might allow the speakers to stay in the room on mute as we bring the next speaker in. So Matthew, if you can mute.
Robbie, do you want? My name is Mark Holcomb.
Just a moment. Just a moment. He's still connecting.
Robbie, could you please turn your audio off on the other stream because we're getting feedback? Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Robbie, welcome. Have you heard the? We'd just like you to stick to information that's not provided in your submission. We've read all the submissions, so if you could hopefully provide us with information that's over and above that, that would be terrific. And there's a 3-minute time limit, unfortunately, and you'll be given a bell when that occurs.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to address Council tonight. We are acting for the owners of 2 to 4 and 8 to 10 Station Street, Mansfield. My name is Robbie McKenzie. I'm from Ratio Consultants, Town Planners. We do have some visual aids that were submitted. I'm hoping that they'll be available.
Just coming up now.
Excellent.
See that?
Thank you. So if we could perhaps just hold it there on that first image. The site I've highlighted, this is a map that's in the strategy. The proposed strategy seeks to rezone the southern half of the land from commercial 1 to general residential. We're presenting tonight to present our clients' strong objection to the proposal to rezone their property. Our reasons for objection is that the rezoning is not strategically justified, that it would create significant prejudice to the owner, and is problematic insofar that it does not accord with or reflect current subdivision boundaries. Our client purchased this land as zoned commercial 1 and reasonably expects to pursue future land use opportunities according to that commercial zoning. The rezoning proposal to general residential is not desired and would cause severe disadvantage and loss of value. If rezoned, the potential land use opportunities permitted are unduly and unreasonably restricted. I want to just make a few observations around the site's context. The site, if you could perhaps scroll to the second page, this will just show the subdivision boundaries and that the site is made up of 3 lots. It's a single large land holding that has frontage to the highway and it's under single ownership. If you could perhaps scroll to the next screen, I've just highlighted where those 3 lot boundaries sit and the internal boundary that is proposed for the rezoning. So you can see there the site does comprise 3 lots. Having one of those lots in yellow split into 2 different zones is, we say, not appropriate and problematic. It's actually strongly discouraged by the state government as per DELWP practice notes. One of the other issues that we see in the strategies, it classifies the site as a, quote, non-main road commercial land area, which is just simply not correct. When you've got an amalgamated site under single ownership, it does have frontage to the highway. The site does not also, it also doesn't share a neighbouring residential use in a residential zone. So it's well buffered from existing residential zoned houses, which is to the south across Curia Street and to the east opposite Station Street. So it's well buffered, it's protected. Some of the justification that's presented in the report, we say respectfully, is lacking for the rezoning of this land. I wanted to respond to a few of the points that are made in the report. Officers have relied on existing housing on Curious Street, but counting the old dilapidated house on the subject lot, we say is not appropriate. This is a redundant use and doesn't reflect the landowner's future intentions. The existing dwellings on Curious Street are non-conforming uses under the current commercial zone. They were approved and built in recent history under the commercial zone and should therefore not be used as a basis to rezone this land to commercial. Rezone this land to residential. And as a broader observation, we say that reducing the commercial zone extent in favour of residential is contrary to the purpose of the strategy, which is about promoting commercial growth and job creation for the future of Mansfield. So for those reasons, we respectfully request that the subject land be removed from the area proposed as rezoning designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Councillors, do we have any questions? Councillor Rabi, you're on mute, Steve.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm confused because, Robbie, you're saying that we're proposing to change it, but this is just a strategy. It's not a. Do you understand where I'm coming from? It's a question.
Yeah, no, I understand the query. This resolution that's before you is to seek to adopt the strategy and to pursue a future planning scheme amendment that would rezone the land. This document would be used as the strategic basis for such a rezoning. So it's my client's wish to address you tonight. We don't want to be dealing with this issue through independent planning panels as part of a planning scheme amendment. We'd prefer just to deal with it now. We think it's appropriate and a good opportunity that's before the council tonight.
I have one more question through you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Rabi, yes.
Yeah, Robbie, the existing dwelling that is on that land on the southeastern side, that was, to my knowledge, used not long ago, habitable. Are you saying that the land was always commercial with that dwelling on it?
It is currently zoned commercial. The house would be, I guess, non-conforming. It's an old house. I'm not sure whether it's tenanted. It's not in great condition. We're not saying the house has been condemned or anything, but it's certainly it's a house that's sort of been run into the ground a little and doesn't represent my client's future intentions with the land.
Thanks, Robbie.
Councillors, any other questions? There's no further questions. Robbie, thank you very much for your time and for that explanation.
Thank you.
And you're free to stay in the waiting room if you like. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. Tony Tian, I'll try again to get Tony in.
Tony, you there? Tony.
There it is.
Tony, you there? Tony. Tony, we can't hear you. Tony, you there? Joan, can you hear us?
There we go.
Tony, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear now, Tony. Yes, we can.
Oh,
welcome,
great.
Tony. Welcome.
Thanks.
And sorry
Thanks,
for the
Mark.
hiccups before.
Um,
Tony, we've read the submission, so as we've mentioned to mentioning to each speaker, if you could appreciate if you could give us information that's over and above what you've submitted, if that's possible. And there's a 3-minute limit on conversation time.
yeah, I'll be very brief. I'd just like to support the zoning of residential land on the north side of the of Courier Street. I think it's very important this rezoning takes place. I think it gives certainty to the people, the residents living there, and protects them from undesirable developments like the convenience restaurant. Well, it may or may not. And I think it's important that this area is protected in the view of the recent applications that have been rejected by VCAT. The rezoning will give clarity to the Shire and to other commercial interests that are wanting to develop there. In brief, I support the draft strategy, except for the rezoning of the north side of Courier Street. So that's all I've got to say. I'd just like to support that. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks for your comments, and your support is noted. So thank you very much. Tony, you're free to wait and listen to the rest of the submissions if you like. That's
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Can I just ask a question?
Sorry, James.
Yeah, I just wanted to get Tony's. He speaks about the rezoning of the north side of Courier Street, but you are aware that between Hyatt Street and Apollo Street, that area on the north side of Courier Street won't be residential, but will be commercial.
Yeah, we're talking about from, I think it's Apollo Street West.
Yeah, okay. No, I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page there. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
Right.
Sorry, Councillor, is there any other questions of Mr. Tan? Thank you. Thanks, Tony.
Good.
Sarah Stegley.
Sarah.
Yeah.
So Mark Holcomb, Sarah.
Hi, can you hear me, Mark?
Yes, I can hear you, and we can all hear you, I think. So thank you.
Oh, great. Okay.
We can now see you, Sarah, so even better.
Okay, so may I begin, Mark?
Yes, Sarah, and take it as that we've read all your submission. We've read your submission, and there will be a 3-minute time limit, Sarah.
Sure. Okay. Well, look, I won't take your time. It's really just to say thank you for allowing me the time to address the council on the commercial land strategy. The way the strategy presents now is a sensible mixture. The historic reality is that there are a lot of domestic residences in Courier Street between Elgin and Apollo Streets. The consultant advised originally that this should be zoned residential, which made a lot of sense. So it's good to see that the council has reverted to this position. A recent VCAT matter concerning a development in this precinct has shone alarming light on what can happen to residents' full amenity rights where residential zoning is seriously impacted on by miszoned commercial or industrial land. A still running VCAT matter regarding the revised application for a petrol station with high flow diesel pumps bordering residential homes, again in the same precinct, illustrates just how dangerous the interface between residential and commercial land can be. Diesel exhaust emissions, less than 20 microns in size, are very toxic. Unfortunately for Mansfield, which is down in a hollow, when that diesel exhaust mixes with wood smoke, again at the 20 micron size level, it becomes highly toxic. I mean, really toxic. We're talking cancer and all sorts of extraordinary stuff. The back fence of a resident's property is only 5 metres from the proposed high flow pump. And of course the diesel trucks, the BWs and so on, sit there with their engines running and the emissions coming out. No matter what sort of a fence you have, you're going to get into the properties. And what is very concerning too, of course, that the health of the wetlands is at stake. As some of us old timers know, 2 petrol stations in Mansfield have been shut down due to leakage of underground tanks and pollution of the water table. Not only the zoning of commercial and industrial land away from residential zoning matters, but the proper buffers in between the zones are of terrific interest and concern to the residents. But most importantly, a clear definition as to what sorts of uses industrial and commercial land can be put to. Just the zoning is not enough. Uses within the zone are paramount. And that's really all I've got to say. And again, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillors, are there any questions? No questions? Thank you, Sarah, for that. If you like to listen to the other speakers, you can do so as well in the waiting room as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Ashley McElroy.
Ashley?
Hello.
Hello, Ashley. My name is Mark Holcomb, Ashley.
Hello, Mark. How are you going?
Good, thanks. Thank you for your presenting today. Actually, you may have heard before, but councillors have read all the submissions. So if you can give information that's over and above your submission, that would be great. And also, there's a time limit of 3 minutes, which we're trying to adhere to because of the number of speakers we have through the evening. So over to you.
No problems at all, mate. I've just got a short statement I wouldn't mind reading out if I can.
Please do.
All right, well, thanks for allowing me to speak this evening in regards to the Mansfield Commercial and Industrial Land Use Strategy. My name's Ashley McElroy. I'm the Managing Director of the Value Auto Group, which incorporates Mansfield Toyota and Delatite Ford Mansfield. We're a significant employer in the northeast of Victoria, employing over 90 people across 5 branches. My vision for Mansfield and the surrounding communities is to build the area's premier automotive dealership with Toyota, Ford and Kia as our key brands. This would service the community well into the future and give the customers of these brands a local representation that gives them confidence to buy locally and know that they have a facility locally that's up to the standard that you would expect with new car ownership. We've well and truly outgrown our current premises at 108 High Street, and we've been actively looking for a new location for 3 years, which does have the full support of Toyota Australia, Ford Motor Company of Australia and Kia Motors. Unfortunately, the lack of commercial land in high-profile areas of Mansfield have held us back in investing a significant amount of money to grow our business. The council strategy for this particular piece of land is exceptional, in my opinion, and gives myself and many other businesses in town an opportunity to expand, even attracting new business that will ultimately create jobs and grow the Mansfield economy and community. I am on the clock to deliver a new dealership for Toyota or upgrade my current premises. I cannot grow my business with the limited room we have, so I'm urging all councillors to adopt this strategy so we can continue with our plans to get this project started. This will create local jobs throughout the build process, including local trades and local suppliers. This will also mean at least 10 more jobs required for my business once completed, including apprentice training for local kids who are starting out in their careers. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to this strategy being adopted tonight.
Thank you, Ashley. Councillors, are there any questions? No questions? Okay, thank you, Ashley, for that. And thank you for coming along this evening.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Kim Lynch.
Okay, thank you, Ashley, for that. Kim, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, Mark?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
Kim, I think you know how we operate here, so it's a 3-minute time limit, and then we'll ask some questions after that. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'd just like to give my support to this motion. Again, I'll be building on what Tony and Sarah is saying in terms of, in particular, the rezoning between Apollo Street and Elvin Street on Courier Street on the northern side. Having been part of the Mansfield Matters group and being intricately involved with the VCAT case, I think a number of things that the Shire can take out of that is that it's really important to have certainty for the zoning, and in particular for the residents that have been living along Courier Street on both the north and the south side for many, many years. During the VCAT case, we found that those residents who are living in dwellings have been for many years were basically told they had no rights if they were living in a commercial zone. They had no right to have a peaceful life. They had no right to object to parking, to noise, to litter, to traffic, to basically anything. Business in a commercial zone can have an as of right use, which permits them to basically do anything. The residents, as part of our group, found themselves quite gobsmacked, to be honest, to find that they had no rights. I think by rezoning the northern side of Courier Street, it gives certainty to both sides of the street, bearing in mind that the southern side is a general residential zone, and if commercial zone is allowed on the northern side, it impacts both sides of the street, and they have no right either. So you're not only having businesses on the south thinking that they've got a right to do anything, the residents on the north are deeply impacted. I'd also just like to highlight that from a Shire's point of view and from a ratepayer's point of view, having certainty about what these zonings mean is going to be very important for us going forward. The Shire can't afford to be in VCAT every other week. defending either the business side or the resident side of an argument when rights of use are threatened from either a commercial point of view or from a domestic residence point of view. So this is not just zoning for the future for knowing what is good and what is not good in certain areas. It's also looking after the ratepayer's purse to give certainty for us all going forward, because we all know that we can spend our money in better ways than fighting in BCAT. I'd just like to say about Robbie McKenzie's presentation about the development of the lots and the way that those titles are set. There was some issues with the way that that land was divided in the convenience restaurant area, and I think that that should be considered in not withdrawing that parcel of land from what the intention is for the motion that's in front of you tonight. So I would ask you to support this motion, and I look forward to seeing it adopted. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kim. Councillors, any questions? No questions? Thanks, Kim, and thanks very much for your time tonight. So thank you, and for the conciseness of what you did, of what you said. Thank you.
Kim, you can remain there. I'll just put you on mute and you can remain in the meeting. Ellen Hogan's next.
Ellen, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You there, Ellen?
Yep.
Welcome, Ellen. I know you've presented here numerous times, so you know the approach. That we've basically read your submission, and if you can keep your presentation to 3 minutes, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam CEO and councillors, for the opportunity to talk to this strategy. My name's Ellen Hogan and I'm representing one of the landowners in Dead Horse Lane. He has a large parcel of land which is basically undeveloped except for one dwelling. Firstly, I fully support the recommendation contained in the commercial and industrial land use strategy relating to the land on the south side of Dead Horse Lane to a mixed use zone. This area of land sits on the eastern end of the industrial estate in Dead Horse Lane. It is located on the heavy vehicle bypass that council is committed to build in tonight's budget papers. The objectives of this strategy are sound and necessary for the future growth of the Mansfield Shire. Both commercial and industrial activities need to keep pace with the enormous growth in this shire. The strategy does not rezone the land. It is a strategy at this stage, and there is a number of steps required before rezoning can occur. It also means further opportunities for discussion and explanation, particularly in this case regarding the mixed-use zone and its purpose. There appears to be some confusion with the purpose of the mixed-use zone through letters distributed to landowners seeking objections to the strategy. The mixed-use zone is one of a suite of residential zones available in the Mansfield planning scheme. It's not a commercial zone, although it does allow some commercial enterprise, and it is not an industrial zone, but does enable some low-scale industry. Most importantly, the existing dwellings in this industrial precinct, which are currently LDRZ, will not have their residential status for a dwelling and land impacted upon in regard to use and development. The rezoning would help avoid inland availability where a combination of offices and small workshops, to name a few, could locate, creating a commercial park atmosphere. Planning controls can provide for building appearances, buffer zones, landscaping and protection from large-scale business to protect the amenity of sensitive land uses. This should be seen as an opportunity, not a detriment in this case, to rezone to mixed use zone. I would encourage the council to meet with the objector submitters to explain how the purpose of the mixed use zone would work in this location. That would, I believe, solve a lot of the issues as to what can and can't occur and what controls council can put in place to protect the sensitive land uses. I commend the council for preparing the strategy, ensuring Mansfield Shire has enough commercial and industrial land to see us into the future. Very important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ellen. Councillors, any questions? No questions. Thanks, Ellen, for that. And you're welcome to stay.
I'll just put you on mute, Ellen, and you can stay. Our last speaker, Anne Foster.
Anne, you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Anne. Mark Holcomb.
Oh, hold on, I'll just allow the camera. Can you see me? Oh, right.
Clear, Anne. And Mark Holcomb.
Hi, Mark.
Here, Anne. And welcome, Anne. Thank you for coming on for your submission this evening. And you would have heard earlier, we've read all submissions, so if you can keep yours, hopefully covering information that you haven't put in writing, that would be great. And there's a time limit of 3 minutes. So over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Anne Foster. We live at 278 Dead Horse Lane on a 1 acre low density residential block. I would like to speak to the council meeting about our objection to rezoning 264 to 282 Dead Horse Lane as recommended in the Commercial and Industrial Land Strategy. It has been stated that this strategy is only a first step. Once it is adopted, it will go through a formal amendment process. Why not have all the consultation, information and thoughtful appraisal before the adoption? It seems unfair to expect current residents of both high and low density properties to agree to a rezoning when they do not know exactly what will be built and how it will change the amenity of the area. A low density residential zone is clearly understood and threatens no one else. Our area consists of 7 households, all of which provide a park-like environment which acts as an ideal buffer between high-density Cambridge Drive and Galway Court and the industrial properties on the south side of Dead Horse Lane. Of 272 to 282 Dead Horse Lane, 276 is the only property that does not have a residence on it. It is 1 acre and completely surrounded by residential houses. The private driveway, which is the only access for 274, 276 and us 278, is definitely not suitable for any of the uses mentioned in the mixed use zoning. The properties which abut this driveway also have children and pets, so the safety issue is paramount. Strangely, the wording on page 16 of the council agenda, but not the strategy document, states that rezoning to a mixed use zone will, quote, provide continued planning support for existing residential uses, while enabling the land to transition to a more commercial focus. However, it is completely impossible for the 6 residences on 272 to 282 Dead Horse Lane to transition to a more commercial focus unless you demolish them. The owner of 264 to 270 can request zoning of his own property. However, it is presumptuous to impose rezoning on other properties, specifically 272 to 282, from low density residential to mixed use. If 264 to 270 retains its low density residential zoning, Mansfield's peaceful rural outlook and outskirts will be retained. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Councillors, are there any questions of Anne? No questions? Okay, thank you, Anne, very much for that. And thank you for your
Thank
time.
you for allowing us to speak.
And thank you again for, I think, Michelle, that's the last of the submitters.
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much to all the guests who made submissions tonight. And thank you also for the written submissions that you also put in, and to all the other members of the community who put in submissions as well. It's been much appreciated and it's been considered well and truly by councillors and the executive. Councillors, are there any questions or comments at all? Councillor Sladen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for Ms. Crane in relation to the Mount Buller Road precinct. The current municipal statement looks at that particular area in terms of trying to, well, not trying, the statement does prevent the establishment of a big box supermarket retail store, and I'm just seeking confirmation that the that this strategy does not in any way contradict the municipal statement in terms of allowing a large supermarket, big box retail store happening in that area.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to answer that question. So in relation to the Mount Buller Road precinct, the zoning there isn't changing apart from the parcels of land which are proposed to go to commercial 2. There's any proposed changes to policy would have to be drafted as a result of this, and there's nothing recommended in this study that would have suggested a change to that policy in relation to the big box development that you're referring to. So the small area of land that's provided for rezoning in that section would have the same policies applied to them as currently are in the planning scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ravi?
Yeah, my questions to Ms. Crane as well. I believe with this strategy's been out for a long time and it's gone backwards and forwards to consultation. It's changed a number of times and I'm interested in Ms. Crane's explanation as to the difference between the strategy, voting on this as a strategy, and the next stage for community if they're unhappy with certain zones within areas. What can they do?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. In relation, so when any strategic planning process that council goes through for any type of work we have across the municipality, the strategy is the first step. So we go to fairly broad community consultation in the first instance on strategy, seeking expressions of who might want land rezoned and that kind of situation. Also on other submissions in relation to a draft strategy. So this strategy has been exhibited a couple of times because it has had changes in response to things that have been raised by our community, which I think is great because it shows that the community is getting quite engaged in the process. What happens then, and I've not seen a strategy in my many years of planning where everybody's walked away from an adopted strategy being satisfied with the outcome. And I recognise that we're never going to be able to make everybody happy in these instances, but we certainly do want to try and address their concerns in as many ways as we can. So going forward from here, the next step is to convert the information that's in this strategy and the recommendations in this strategy into a planning scheme amendment that then goes on to a fairly extensive consultation period, a much more directed consultation process with people that are directly affected and people that are adjoining those affected properties, as well as inviting communities, broader communities, to be involved in that conversation as well. Part of that will be providing quite specific policies. So, for example, in the mixed-use area that's proposed off Dead Horse Lane, there'll be policy direction that will support the rezoning that will talk to buffering requirements that would be applied to any development that may occur, that would talk to maintaining minimum lot sizes in that area, so that park-like state that Mrs. Foster was talking to can try and be maintained to as much as possible. We'll also be looks at more broadly how any of these developments might go ahead once the rezoning is undertaken. So that is put into those planning scheme amendment documents, and we would work with anybody who wanted to have conversations with us about how that may or may not affect them. Our first instance would be to try and resolve any concerns people would have with the proposals. And if we can't resolve those concerns, and sometimes that does happen, any unresolved submissions on this matter, on the planning scheme amendment, would go through to an independent panel that's appointed by the minister, and that is heard, and all the concerns are heard then again by somebody outside of the council system. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very comprehensive answer, and I fully understand that. Thanks, Melissa. One more question. Would any other submissions, concerns, would in the overall scheme of things, would that slow up, for instance, a commercial development in between Lakens Lane and Dead Horse Lane?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a couple of options when we go through a planning scheme amendment process. Generally, we try to put all of the recommendations out of a strategy into a planning scheme amendment. When we get to the point where if we have submissions that we aren't able to resolve, if they are related to particular parts of the strategy and other parts of the strategy that has been converted into an amendment are okay and everybody's comfortable with, we have an option to split that amendment. So we might become part of the amendment may go through to the minister for approval without having to go to a panel, and the other part of the amendment would then go to a panel to hear the concerns that are raised. So often you can split out those different sections. So if the issue is, if we can't resolve concerns, say around the general residential zone and the mixed use zone that we've heard about tonight as part of the amendment process, that could go to a panel. But the rezoning to the industrial zone, which we haven't had anyone raise objection to, may be split off and put through at a faster pace than the rest of the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Crane.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Ravid. Any further questions, Councillor Tan?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I have a question just regarding the figure, which hasn't got a number actually, on page 16 of the report, in regards to the different the planning zones and the purple coloured shading, which is followed by the comment preferred single enterprise, commercial office, recreation and health, full stop, retail is discouraged. I think that from my reading of this strategy, that retail is allowed in that zone with a planning permit. And I think those words are probably quite strong in terms of what that strategy or what that zone is portraying. So I would be more inclined to see that removed and something like retail subject to planning permit. I'd just like to ask Melissa's take on that.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. How that recommendation in that preferred single enterprise commercial looks when it turns into a planning scheme amendment. What happens is at the moment, retail uses in commercial one are as of right, so there's no permit required for them to undertake them. what would happen is it would become a schedule where we would say that the minimum size we put a minimum size on retail uses that to require a planning permit. So we would schedule it to say 0 square meters. So you have any floor area at all that you want to have retail in that area, then now needs a planning permit. It doesn't mean you won't necessarily get one, but more rigor would be put around that decision-making process, particularly in those areas where there is a lot more residential use, about what retail elements we might allow in that area, with due consideration for things like parking, signage, hours of operation, and potential noise impacts. So it's not that you wouldn't be able to do it, it's just that there would be a lot more consideration than is currently allowed.
Yep, thank you very much for that explanation.
Thanks, Melissa. Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If there's no other questions, councillors, do we have a motion? Councillor Rabi.
I'm off mute. I'm good. Like to move the motion that Council 1 adopt the Mansfield Commercial and Industrial Land Use Strategy, June 2021, to inform the preparation of an amendment to rezone land and develop local policies in accordance with the recommendations of the strategy. And 2, request council officers to commence preparation of a planning scheme amendment to implement the recommendations of the strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Ravi. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Webb. Councillor Ravi, would you like to speak to the motion?
Very briefly, I'd like to thank the council officers and especially the planning department with the exceptional work that's been put into this. It's been well received, and I really admire the people that came on tonight and gave us their views. We've heard your views, and I'm glad that there's further avenue to keep discussing those views with council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ravi. Councillor Webb, would you like to speak?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do mirror Councillor Ravi's comments. It's been a hard slog to get to this point, and well done to everyone to stick through it. It's a complicated thing to get our heads around, being new councillors, and the planning scheme is not an easy thing to navigate. Reflecting on sort of where we are currently to what this strategy will take us through to, currently we have a very fragmented and patchwork arrangement of zonings throughout the Shire or throughout the township of Mansfield, and bringing this into line really does start to set us up for a good period of growth in a sensible and logical way. So I'm quite happy for this to go through and look forward to having a bit of industrial land unlocked for further growth.
Would any councillor like to speak against the motion? Any other councillors speak for the motion? Councillor Tan?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Look, I'd like to just highlight the progress that's been made from the initial strategy that came to us, which was recommending the expansion of future commercial areas, and it actually pointed to a reduction in commercial land of 25%, which went totally against what the strategy was designed to do. So I do congratulate the officers who have worked to make sure that we are going forward and not backwards in that respect. That's been really well done, and also the fact that we have now more industrial land and to encourage business and business opportunity in this Shire. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Tan. Councillor Sladen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to highlight the fact that this strategy does not only look at the Mansfield Township, but it also addresses some long-standing anomalies in the outlying areas, which I'm pleased to see that this strategy has addressed and will finally resolve issues as a result of those anomalies. So, yeah, well done to the planning department for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sladen. Councillor Raby, as the mover of the motion, would you like to sum up?
I think it said it just enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favour of the motion? The motion is passed. Thank you. And thank you very much to all the guests who made submissions tonight. That's much appreciated. And we thank you for your time and interest in this strategy, as in the interest of some of the other strategies that are being presented tonight as well. So thank you very much. And thank you also to the planning and environment team as well, particularly Melissa, for being here tonight as well. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 13.2.2, 151 Coombs Lane, Coombs Lane, Merrijig, and the use of the land for a place of assembly. Responsible officer is Melissa Crane, for manager for planning and environment. Are there any questions or comments before we speak to the invited guests who are making submissions? Nothing? Okay, Michelle, do you want to?
Ellen. I'm just about to let Ellen Hogan in.
And then you're about.
Ellen, are you there? If you are, you're on mute. You're on mute. Oh, sorry. Ellen, you're on mute.
I'm not. Here I am.
Okay. Well, welcome back. You've got a busy night.
Yes. So are we ready to go?
Ready to go, Ellen. You know the rules, so ready to go.
So I'm here tonight I'd like to thank you all for letting me talk to this application. But I'm here tonight on behalf of Wade and Catherine Harris, the applicants for a wedding venue in Coombs Lane, Merrijig. Firstly, we'd like to thank the planning officers for their recommendation to issue a notice of decision. The building is superbly fitted out and offers extensive views across the Buttercup and Virolite Valleys, Mount Buller and Mount Sterling. It will be a low-key venue with the emphasis on the building itself and the stunning views across the high country. It will be a tourism asset to the Mansfield Shire and the Merrijig area, adding value to what is already available. It will promote more overnight stays, support the food and hospitality industry, create employment, and the many bed and breakfast accommodation premises throughout the local area. Through the application process, we did attempt to reach out to the objectors to meet and discuss our proposal, but unfortunately this did not eventuate. It may have solved some of their concerns. Again, thank you to the officers for their assessment and recommendation. We do though, we do though have queries in relation to two of the permit conditions, condition 1 and 7, and seek clarification. Condition 1 requires that we submit an event management plan. As part of our application, we submitted a noise report, bushfire assessment report, bushfire management plan, and an event management plan. It is just a little unclear as to what else council might be seeking, particularly given the sentence below. The second part of condition 1 says, the EMP must include, but not necessarily be limited to, all the required information and any other required plans, and it goes on. More specifically, the condition includes the wording not necessarily be limited to in relation to the event plan, possibly leaving the permit open-ended to interpretation as to what else may be required. This is a small-scale wedding venue on private land. This condition also seeks endorsement letters from the EPA, ambulance and police, who are not statutory referral authorities. So we would like some clarity on those conditions. Condition 7, notice to neighbours for each wedding, requires that notice be given to landowners within a 3-kilometre radius of each wedding event. Although this condition requires council to provide the notice, we suggest this is not necessary as it's creating extra work for officers, whereas the permit itself is the official notice that weddings will occur. As we do not want to put councils on the spot with our queries regarding the permit conditions, we ask that council defer their decision this evening so that clarification on these conditions can be provided to us. If not, we're happy to accept the notice of decision as is. And I would like to thank you, council, for your time. And I'm sure Wade Harris, who will be speaking to you as well, can give you some more highlights on this great opportunity for the Merri-Jig Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Councillors, are there any comments? Councillor Ravi?
Yeah, question for Ellen, please. So, Ellen, you're saying that there have been quite a few objections to this, but you just need a little more time to work with council officers and those people to get a happy resolution. Is that what you're asking us to do?
No, well, we're very happy with the recommendation to issue a notice of decision. This application's been with council now for 7 months. And so, and we have asked for earlier meeting. No, I'm just really referring to those 2 conditions that we're seeking clarity on. One leaves one of them for the event management plan open-ended, whereas planning permit conditions should be more precise. You know, they should be definite, and that leaves it open. We're not sure what that means. And the condition 7, the notice to the neighbours, well, council's putting a burden on itself, having to notify the neighbours every time my client wants to have a wedding event. And so we feel that the permit itself is clarification enough that weddings will occur on the land.
Yeah, I've got one more question, Ellen. You mentioned in event management plan 1, you say the EMP must also include, and then you went on, but in front of me now it just says the EMP must also include. There's no other.
Oh, so it does not say, but not necessarily be limited to.
No, it doesn't say that at all.
Oh, well, that's, I actually took this out of council's, so I'm not sure where that's gone. So if that's been removed, that satisfies that concern.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's good.
Yep.
So the only other concern you would have would be condition 7, the 3-kilometre radius.
Yes, having to give notice. But
okay, thank you.
Council would be giving the notice. It says.
Yeah, I'll reserve that question for when we've got everyone in the room. Because I think
thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ravi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tan.
Oh, hi, Alan. Councillor Tan here. I've just clarifying your query around point 7. The way I read it is that the applicant will notify neighbouring properties within a 3-kilometre radius for events over and above the 20 that are listed. Is that how you understand it, or do you understand it as being for every event?
Yes, I see it. Well, that's my interpretation of it. That's where I'm seeking some clarification. I see it as a condition that says for every event, council would give notice to all the landowners within the 3-kilometre radius, but that it's not just for events over 20, it's for all of them. That's how I read it. That's why I'm seeking some clarification.
Yep, sure. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Raby?
Yeah, I don't know whether this is a question, but that's how I read it as well. At least 6 weeks prior to each event. So it's not just written notice to the landholders within 3 Ks that there's it says each event in there. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Ellen, just how many other venues or places of assembly like this are there in that marriage area?
As far as I know, there's one that was issued for outside event area. I think it was more deemed a function centre at the end of Purcell Road. So there's that one that I'm aware of that has a planning permit for a wedding venue or an outdoor function area, but I believe their functions are more outside. Our functions are going to be inside the building.
And how far away? How far away is that
from this side?
Yeah.
As the crow flies, I'm not really sure. Could be. Oh, that's a tricky one. How far away it would be? Say 5 to 7 Ks. As the crow flies, perhaps.
Yeah.
But I'd have to get my Google Maps out and have a look. So.
And what sort of events, just for my information, what sort of events? I understand weddings. What other events would be held there?
At our site?
Yes.
Or just weddings?
Just weddings only?
Yes. More of a niche venue because of the building, which is very striking. I'm sure Wade's going to talk to that about the building and how it was put together. With our noise report, we refer to the fact our noise report refers to that the music will be inside. So that's what it's based on. So yes, it's an inside venue. Mm.
And Ellen, how long? There's a wedding season in Mansfield, isn't there, historically?
Yes, I believe it can be between, it's normally the spring and the autumn, with some over summer. Of course, you don't have a wedding, on a high fire danger or a code red day, and that's part of any management plan that you might have, that doesn't occur. But that's that period of time being inside. There is an opportunity to extend that period a little longer, so that it's not reliant on the outdoor weather. Mm.
Mm. Okay, thank you. Councillors, any other questions? Okay, thanks, Ellen. Thank you again for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thanks for answering those questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to let in the next person, who I'm hoping is Wade Harris. I'm not sure from the name, but hopefully it's Wade. Hello, is that you, Wade?
Speaking. Hello.
Hi, Wade. Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Wade. Mark Holkin's my name, Wade. We weren't sure who Trivia Kings was. So
Sorry, I apologise. I couldn't work out how to change the name.
Yeah, well, I thought we might have been hacked.
Sorry about that.
All right. Well, I don't know if you've heard some of the other speakers in the previous motion we were talking to.
I have, yes.
But if you've got any information over above, any submissions or whatever, that would be great to hear. And we unfortunately have a time limit of 3 minutes because of the restrictions on the evening. So
no worries.
So over to you.
Sure. So good evening, councillors and Mr. Mayor. My name is Wade Harris. I'm one of the applicants at 151 Coombs Lane, Merridgee, along with my wife. The building itself, as Alan touched on, is very unique. It's a 160-year-old barn that was disassembled in Indiana, USA, shipped to Australia and re-erected by my father, who's a landowner and a builder. Currently, we're operating as short-term accommodation, otherwise known as Airbnb, for up to 10 guests. Given the uniqueness of the property, we've had a reasonable amount of inquiries for people wanting to potentially have a wedding at the venue. It's obviously a superb location. So this is currently and will continue to be a truly family local business supporting other local businesses. That's really the point I wanted to touch on this evening. So obviously with a wedding, there's lots of direct benefits to the local economy for the people having the wedding. You know, the average cost of a wedding now is around $35,000. Now, not all of that will be spent in the local community, but certainly we'll be encouraging people to source local caterers, local wine suppliers, sort of local party hire for lighting and plates, cutlery, crockery, all that sort of stuff that you'd need for a wedding. But there's also a huge indirect benefit, not cost. There's a huge indirect benefit. So if you imagine a wedding, say of 80 or 100 guests, you know, there's going to be a fair proportion come up from Melbourne. And if each guest of 80 or 100 people spends $100 on accommodation and $40 in the local cafe and fills up their car with fuel, you can see there's a real network effect there of the benefits to the area. So 80 people coming for a wedding. We've only applied for 20 weddings for the entire year. So there's a direct benefit there of the wedding itself, but also an indirect benefit of that, as I said, that sort of network effect. Some of the concerns raised relate to the use of the land. We are certainly not wanting to replace the current use of the land as a farming and agricultural use of land. The property currently has cattle on it. It's run as a farm. We're simply looking to supplement that income and make the current land use of farming more viable. So that this is a very occasional use. We've applied for up to 20 a year. And we don't see that there will be any detrimental impacts on the land itself or on the surrounds. Mr. Mayor, if I can just quickly answer your question from earlier to Alan. The other wedding venue is called Box Tree. It's actually located 4.5 kilometres from our venue by road. So it's actually quite close. Pardon me. Finally, we'd like to thank the planning department for their report. As Alan said, we're fully supportive of the report. There's just a couple of points in there that perhaps need some clarification. We do believe that in our submission, we've addressed all the neighbours' concerns or the concerns of the other people. We've had an acoustic report done, as Alan said, that certainly covers off the acoustic requirements of the area and the state government policies. We're well within those requirements. We've had bushfire assessment reports done. That's all okay. There's certainly been plenty of reports done, event management plans, etc. So thank you very much for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Wayne. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Rabi?
Oh, good day, Wade. Thanks for coming tonight.
No worries.
Councillor Rabi here.
Sure.
Mate, you mentioned Box Tree.
Yep.
Do you know how many events they hold per year?
I don't. I have heard that it may be 6, but I'm not quite sure. But they are an outdoor venue, whereas we're specifically an indoor venue. So within the barn structure, that's where the event will be held, and all sort of call it music for an event will be inside the venue. So that has a really big impact on containing the noise within the venue and not letting the noise sort of attenuate over the surrounding properties.
Oh, thanks for that. I didn't know they were indoors.
Yeah,
outdoors. Thank you.
Yeah, they are. They're an outdoor venue.
Sure, thanks.
Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Tan?
Yeah, g'day Wade, Councillor Teen here. I'm just interested in the traffic, what you envisage as being the traffic after an event. I imagine being a wedding venue that with 120 guests and room for 36 car spaces. How would you deal with that side of things as an event, given that if every couple decided to drive a car there, there'd be 60 cars perhaps? Or do you envisage, coach transport, or how's that sort of play out?
Sure. Thank you for your question. So the short answer is we'll be very, very strongly encouraging people to use the sort of coach option and potentially sort of the size bus down from a coach. Realistically, if you had 120 people at the venue, sort of call it staying the night, there just isn't enough accommodation in Merrijig to support that, let alone in winter when everything's booked. So the reality is that most people are probably going to stay in Mansfield, which means it makes sense for the bride and groom to organise a coach or some other transport up to the venue. So we'll be strongly encouraging people to do that. The road access to the property up from Buttercup Road along Coombs Lane is actually sort of a private road that gets maintained by my father. He pays the costs of maintenance on that road. So he doesn't want traffic on the road. More traffic means more maintenance, means more money, basically more costs. So that's how we'll be sort of running the venue.
Yeah, thanks for that. I just have one other question too in regards to the hours of operation. It's mentioned here that the events will be finished at 11, but then that all guests must be away from the venue by 1. It's a fairly long time to have people hanging around, I would have thought. Are you flexible on whether that could be brought forward a bit, say to midnight or?
Absolutely. The hours that we came up with are actually based on Box Tree. So that is the approved hours of operation that they have under their planning permit. So we would expect, without exceptions, that all music, service of alcohol, etc., finishes by 11 at the latest, and that people were off site by 1. But there's certainly, you raise a good point, that's 2 hours seems like an extremely long sort of grace period to have people leave. So we've certainly got some flexibility there. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Councillors, any other questions? Wade, I have one question or two questions. Just with respect to accommodation, how many B&Bs are there in that area?
Well, look, the main and probably biggest accommodation provider is actually the Seabull up on Buller Road. That's about, from memory, about a 9 or 10 minute drive via School Lane and, as I said, the Buller Road. There are a spattering of B&Bs along Buttercup Road. There's a few down there. I can't remember the name of them. I'm sorry, but there'd be 2 or 3, maybe 4 along there, which would absolutely benefit from a venue such as this.
Yeah, I understand. And why just the number 20? How did you arrive at that? What's the rationale behind 20 as opposed to 6, for example, at the one that you mentioned at the other place?
Sure. So just to clarify, that would need to be checked, the number at Box Tree. But I guess that 20 came from sort of to go hark back to Alan's point earlier, was realistically weddings in the area aren't really going to be over winter. It's too cold, and on the opposite side, summer can get pretty hot up there. So if you look at sort of spring and autumn as your main seasons, with maybe a couple across summer, I guess that we sort of really worked on a kind of every second weekend, having one wedding every second weekend. We sort of thought that was reasonable as a number for the neighbours to sort of, how can I explain? Sort of for the neighbours, you know, we've obviously got to consider them, and that was the number that we kind of came up with as what we thought might be fair and reasonable. That it's sort of one weekend, 1 week off for sort of 2.5 seasons of the year, and that sort of gives us roughly 20. But beyond that, yeah, that's kind of how we came up with it, to be honest.
Okay. Yep. Councillors, any other questions? Thank you, Wade. Sorry, Wade, just one final question then.
Yeah.
And no doubt you've done the research on this to get to where you are with the building and the proposal. How many weddings do you estimate per annum occur in Mansfield?
I think that in some preliminary research that we've done, that there would be probably around about 150 or so.
All right.
Total. Yep.
Okay, that's great. If there's no other questions, councillors, thanks, Wade. Thank you for coming along tonight, and thanks for giving us some detail on what you've proposed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And feel free to listen to the rest of the discussion if you like.
Thank you.
Okay, Louise Jacob.
Louise, Mark Holcomb, and I think you might be on mute.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, Louise. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Good. Welcome tonight. I think you probably heard the introduction earlier, but if you can speak to anything that you haven't put in the submission, that would be terrific from a time perspective.
Certainly. Thank you.
Over to you, and then if there's any questions, councillors will ask.
Thank you very much, Mark. My name's Louise Jacob, and Laurie and I have lived in Buttercup Road for 44 years. We note with interest that it would take 28 conditions to satisfy the planning zone guidelines and previously expressed community concerns before approval of this permit is granted. I'm speaking on the issue of compliance. Who will enforce these conditions imposed on the permit? There's an issue with previous experience with this overall property. Firstly, since acquiring the property in about 2007 and 8, the owner has built from second-hand building materials a self-proclaimed shack, presumably without permission, as it is unsightly and visible from the road. We have no understanding if the council has provided a permit. Secondly, in early 2016, the owner started quarrying for rocks, which again prompted complaints from neighbours due to the noise and vibrations caused by the work. This matter ended up at VCAT. The council's decision to refuse the permit was upheld at VCAT, and an order put in place to remediate the damage caused by the illegal excavation works. We understand this work has not been carried out. Thirdly, the property is advertised online as Coombs Hill Barn. Pictorially, the accommodation looks stunning. It advertises as sleeping 11 people. Does the owner have a council permit to operate the property as accommodation for 11 people? We understand accommodating more than 5 people requires a council permit to operate. The premise that states the development will support local accommodation businesses is moot, as the 2 closest venues no longer operate as holiday accommodation. Fourthly, we have the barn and this request for a wedding venue being considered today. Our concerns are with the pattern of behaviour of disrespect for statutory obligations, which have already been shown, starting works without permits in place and not complying with legal orders. We wonder who is going to ensure the conditions are adhered to. The council? How will they know conditions have been breached? Is the community expected to monitor the breaches of conditions and report to council? Who does the community report to? Does the community ring the police when the noise becomes excessive? The police station's 20 minutes away, but it's not manned at night. It is what is termed as a non-24/7 station. Finally, in the applicant's bushfire planning assessment, commissioned from Taylor Consulting Engineers, the report states that an assessment has been made of the location's relative proximity and access to places that are lower fuel, where human life can be better protected from the harmful effects of bushfire. It lists the Merrijig Public Hall as the nearest neighbourhood safer place. It is highly likely that imminently the hall will no longer be a neighbourhood safer place. If this occurs, the nearest NSP would be in Mansfield, 20 kilometres away, serving the whole district to the east of the town. What is the next thing that will be inflicted on this quiet community by the owner of this property? Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks, Louise. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Tan?
Yes, Louise. Just that last councillor team here. Sorry, what that last comment that you made that the closest evacuation place will be the Merrijig Hall, but likely not to be so soon. On what? Why is that? Can you explain that?
I think Councillor Holcomb may be aware of this. There is movement to sell the property next door to the hall, and if that eventuates, we lose the clearance of the 36 metres buffer zone, which has to be under, I think it's under 10 centimetres in fuel that can be burnt. It's got to be under 10 centimetres for 36 metres from the building. If the property next door is sold, we will no longer have that buffer zone.
Okay, right. But that hasn't occurred as yet.
No, it's in discussion at the moment.
Okay. You also mentioned the applicant's permit to operate a accommodation business. Is that, and you've insinuated that he doesn't have a permit, is that correct?
We don't know if there's a permit. It certainly hasn't been advertised for comment.
Okay.
I've asked several times various questions about permits and things and been unable to get answers. So we don't know.
Okay. Councillor Raby?
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a question for Melissa at planning. Do you need a permit for an Airbnb in Mansfield?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, generally if a house has a dwelling on it, the definition of a dwelling in the planning scheme is it's a building that contains certain facilities that make it a house. It doesn't say anything about whether it's used for short-term or long-term accommodation. So if they've got a single house on a block, and this happens across the municipality, there isn't anything in the planning scheme at this point that says they can or can't rent it out short or long-term. So from a planning perspective, a house can be rented out in that manner without the need for a planning permit.
Yep. Any other questions, councillors? Louise, I just have one question. Were you an objector? Were you an objector to the box tree?
No, we didn't know that was happening actually. And I believe the permit is for 6 events per year.
Right.
But they don't disturb us. They tend to use a bus going along Buttercup Road, but we don't hear them from down that way. Whereas noise from up the hill is, yeah, you hear everything. And across the valley, further across the valley, when the rodeo's on, we can hear the calling of the races and the music and the conversations. It's quite staggering, and that's 5 kilometres away.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions, councillors? Thanks, Louise. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to invite Kat Wright in. I just can't identify Fiona at the moment, so here comes Kat.
Kat, it's Mark Holcomb here.
Mark, how are you?
On well, yourself?
Very well, thank you. So you can hear me loud and clear?
We can hear you and see you, and thank you very much for coming along this evening.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thanks for the opportunity to present my thoughts on the matter.
Please, you know the drill, so to speak. It's 3 minutes, and just hopefully present stuff that you haven't put into a written submission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you for tonight. In relation to the application, I've got 5 areas of concern that I'd like to bring to your attention, some of which have been touched on ever so slightly. These areas are, number 1, the lack of a community consultation meeting. Number 2, that there's no consideration of the previous VCAT refusal for the stone extraction on the site and the relevance of that decision for this proposal. Number 3 is noise. Number 4 is hours of operation, and number 5 is traffic. So in relation to these, I'd firstly like to express my concern about the lack of public consultation meeting, where the objectors normally be able to discuss the application with the applicant and the council's planner. And we haven't had the opportunity to discuss any fine-tuning of the application, like the number of events or details of permit conditions. And I haven't been contacted by the applicant, as Ellen Hogan suggested to do that. So that is quite disappointing. And I'm wondering why council hasn't offered this opportunity, particularly given the sensitivity of the site, the previous VCAT decision, and the high level of interest from the local residents. Now, secondly, the council report doesn't address the outcomes of the previous VCAT decision for the site from when it was proposed to be used for stone extraction. Now, of particular relevance in this particular matter is the outcome of the noise studies. So as part of the VCAT decision, it was noted that this valley is extremely sensitive to noise and that the noise carries over a significant distance. So, for example, like Louise mentioned, when the camp draft and the rodeo are on, I can clearly hear individual entrant numbers and their results. I can pretty much hear what people are having for their brunch over there. Now, the rodeo grounds are only 2.7 kilometres in a direct line from my home, but they're very much in this valley. Now, this proposal is much closer, and so the amenity impacts from the noise generated by the venue will be greater. There has been some discussion about box tree and the noise generated from that particular activity, but that's actually in the next valley across over a hill. And as Louise mentioned, we don't hear that because it's actually not within our sphere of influence. So in terms of noise, the Enfield Acoustics report in the applicant's proposal talked about live amplified music as being 85 to 100 decibels, and they used SEP N2 for that measurement. Now, this music will be occurring at night. Now, the NRIV, or the Noise from Industry in Regional Victoria, acceptable noise limits for rural areas at night is 36 decibels. The stone extraction that was refused by VCAT, one of the grounds for that was unacceptable noise during the day at 95 decibels. So I'm curious how 95 decibels during the day is unacceptable to VCAT, but council deems 100 decibels at night to be acceptable in a valley that is known to have a significant noise sensitivity. Also, the council report uses SEP N2 for the control of music noise from public premises. Now, this policy relates really most specifically to urban areas, and it doesn't have any measurements for acceptable levels of music noise in rural areas. So I'd like council to accept that the acoustic assessments are flawed for this application, and they should not be forming the basis of a decision of acceptable amenity impact from noise. My next concern relates to the hours of operation in proposed condition 9, and this has been touched on briefly. So this condition outlines that the use is only permitted to 11 p.m, but patrons then have another 2 hours until 1 a.m. to leave the site. So that's 2 additional hours, and that's a long time when the use is not permitted. And in fact, if the use must cease in strict planning terms, then are the patrons actually permitted to be on site at all following the cessation of the use? The other question is, as was raised earlier, what will the patrons do during the 2 hours? If there's very little accommodation also in the immediate area, then they're going to hang around for a while, maybe they're going to go somewhere else, who knows? But there's 120 patrons permitted on site. So that's a significant number of people on site after the cessation of the use. And it's also a significant number of vehicles exiting the site in the early hours of the morning because they don't have accommodation nearby. So that at that time, at 1 o'clock in the morning, the traffic noise and headlights would be entirely uncharacteristic of traffic flows for the whole area, not just for that time at night, for any time of day. And it will have significant amenity impacts to adjoining properties. For me, headlights travelling south on Buttercup Road shine directly into my bedroom. Having potentially in excess of 60 cars, the proposal's got 69 car spaces in the application. Having 60 cars shining headlights into my bedroom every second Saturday night is not an acceptable amenity impact for me. It's not in keeping with the character of the traffic in the area for that time of the morning. Now, the applicant says they're strongly encouraging bus travel, but that's not, you can't strongly encourage in a permit condition, and it can't be enforced. So I don't see how that is a positive outcome for this application. So I also feel that the number of events proposed, the hours of the operation, the noise that will be generated, the number of people and vehicles leaving the site create significant amenity impacts on the immediate residences. And these are entirely inconsistent and out of character with the amenity that we expect in our farming zone. And it's a quiet rural valley. This is not what a quiet rural valley has in it. We haven't had the opportunity to discuss any alternatives, as I mentioned earlier. And as I said, the recommendations of the VCAT hearing haven't been taken into consideration. So on the basis of these points, I think that the assessments in the application at the moment, as they stand, are quite flawed, and council should refuse the application. Now, should you decide not to refuse the application, I ask that you defer tonight's decision pending further consultation with the residents on acceptable permit conditions if you would like to issue a notice of decision. And I also note that Ellen Hogan also requested a deferral of tonight's decision pending further clarification. Now, if you were to consider issuing a notice of decision, I think there would need to be a significant reduction in patrons. So, we could discuss what numbers might be suitable. And I think 30 vehicles maximum on site, for example, perhaps 60 patrons if you have 2 patrons per vehicle, 6 events per year, same as Box Tree, and at 11 p.m, all patrons must leave the site at cessation.
Kat, sorry to interrupt. I think you'll need to wind it up, please.
Yep. This is my roundup. So I haven't discussed any of those conditions with council staff or other objectors, so I can't speak on their behalf. But that's where I feel that the application is at from my point of view.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions, councillors? Thanks, Kat. Thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for presenting.
Thank you.
Helen Boren.
But so I can't speak on their behalf, but that's where I feel that the presentation is at from my.
Sorry, Steve. Councillor Raby.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you, please, can we have someone time this to 3 minutes? We've got a lot to get through tonight, and it's supposed to be a 3-minute briefing, not a 8-minute briefing.
It's been timed, and I've been ringing the bell. It's been timed.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Michelle, I didn't get that. Sorry.
Yeah, we haven't been hearing it, Michelle. You might need to keep your mute off for a little bit longer when you do the ding.
No problem.
Yeah, because I certainly didn't hear it. So thanks, Rowan. I didn't realise that. Yeah, nothing wrong with me. Thank you. Helen.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak. A lot of what I wanted to say has been covered. We've lived in Buttercup Road for 41 years and have really loved the quiet peace around our home. This whole thing is quite frightening for us. And by the way, no one contacted us re a consultation meeting either before this. So I think that's something that probably could have been done and perhaps made people feel a little bit better about the whole thing. We're really worried about the 20 anticipated functions per year. As Wade said, that's almost one a fortnight. Box Tree has 6, and we could manage that, but this proposed venue is 300 metres from our home and in direct line of sight. So you talk about notifying the neighbours within 3 kilometres, but we're 300 metres. When noise carries really easily throughout the valley, and we've lived here long enough to understand the acoustics of the area. The police club is a similar distance from our house, and on the occasion they have parties, we're quite disturbed by the noise. Thankfully, these parties are rare, and they're indoors too, so I don't think the fact that they're indoors makes that much difference. Just imagine what 120 guests do, especially when alcohol's involved, and there's no site manager, no on-site manager. So there's nobody there to control and make sure that things are kept in check. So that's a real worry to us. The dust on Buttercup Road's another huge problem. We've been trying to get the road made for so many years now, and it's almost going to be done and then it's not done, but we've got constant traffic going up Buttercup Road and the dust's just enormous. If you add another 69 cars to that, I dare say caterers and staff, etc., it's going to be a whole lot more. That's horrific for us. The other big thing that really worries us is the fire in the area. It's a really high fire risk, and summer's frightening enough for us without worrying about partygoers dropping cigarettes in paddocks while we're asleep in our beds. We understand this area is covered by Mansfield's fire overlay, and we hope perhaps that can be considered. We'd be extremely concerned also for wedding guests if such a proposal were to go ahead, if they're in danger of being stuck. They're right at the end of a very long road with only one access out in Coombs Lane, and that goes on to Buttercup Road while we're all trying to escape the fire. There are very few options for us. We hope you'll consider our sincere objections to this matter. Honestly, we're very worried. Thank you.
You're on mute, Mark.
I can't hear anything.
Sorry, I'm not sure what. Thank you, Helen, for that. Are there any questions, councillors? Okay. Thank you very much, Helen, for your contribution, and thank you for coming along this evening.
Des and Mary Dunn coming in.
Michelle, did you ring a bell then?
Yes.
I couldn't hear that. No.
It was quiet, maybe closer to the microphone.
It's very close. I'll just say time.
Please, yeah. Or put your hand up. Or put your hand up, Michelle, if you like.
Okay.
Mary, are you there? You're on mute. Mary, you might be on mute, I think. Mary, are you there? Michelle, is anyone else in the waiting room?
Yep, I can bring Jeff in.
This is Jeff.
Hello, Jeff.
Hello, how are you, Michelle?
Well, thank you.
Jeff, Mark Holcomb here. Sorry, Jeff, it came up with Anthea Putt on the screen.
That's all right. I've just turned my iPad off with the meeting. I'm right to go, Michelle, if you want me to.
Yeah, Jeff, please do. And we're running way behind, so if you could limit to 3 minutes, that would be terrific. Thank you.
It'll be 2 minutes or 1 minute and a half. I'm the president of the Mayor and ladies and gentlemen, I'm the president of the Victoria Police Alpine Club. The issue we have, we believe that the venue was built by stealth for a house, a dwelling. 1 minute it's a dwelling that's been built for a family. The next minute it's been built as a venue for 120 people in there. The issue we have is that 2 years ago at a VCAT hearing, which the council was a party to, an application for a permit for a rock quarry that was operating without a permit was refused by VCAT. VCAT directed the applicant to rehabilitate the illegal quarry. They have not rehabilitated the illegal quarry. The applicant does not have a great track record with compliance, and we were not contacted by the applicant at all in relation to this permit. That's all from me. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, Jeff. Any questions or councillors? Thanks, Jeff, and thanks for your time and being so brief and succinct. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Kim Lynch.
Is Mary Dunn still around, Michelle? Or?
Just trying to get in touch with them in the background here.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah. Hello, Kim. Yeah. Are you there, Kim?
Yeah. Kim, you're back on mute. Oh, no, you're not. Sorry. Welcome, Kim, again.
Okay, hello. Yes. A lot of the stuff that I'm going to talk to councillors and Mr. Mayor has been said. I do have some conditions that I was hoping someone would share the screen for me. Mandy mentioned. Whilst that's coming up, let me just say that my understanding, if you have Airbnb accommodation, it is prohibited in a farm zone. That the planners might want to look at that. Just following up on a couple of other things, there was no reach out to anybody. I've been an objector from this from day one. we have not had any opportunity for consultation. The issue of outdoors venues and box trees actually runs their wedding functions only 6 per year in a big tent, for want of a better word, you know, in those big fancy white things. And the comparison to this with a very large outdoor deck on the barn that is in question is probably going to have more noise coming off the deck of the barn than it is out of the tent, so to speak. However, thank you very much for putting that those conditions up. As a group and personally, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Kerry Purcell tonight, she couldn't be here, residents of Buttercup Road. Per se, the wedding venue could have a lot of attributes for the area. However, we believe the number of events should be 6, in line with box trees. That would be acceptable to the community. It will be occasional. It will not be 1 in every 2 weeks, which we think is too much. In terms of bushfire, it's in one of the biggest bushfire prone areas in the entire Shire. Go to the emergency management plans of the Shire and you will see that for yourself. I'm not going to put the map up tonight because we haven't got time. But the problem with the plans that have been done by the applicant is that it's all about looking after their property and how to have patrons escape. There is nothing about a fire emanating because of them or their patrons. A careless match and we're all gone. Fire in a grassland area is very fast moving. We've already had a fire on the subject land right next door. It took an enormous amount of appliances to put it out. I think we're talking two choppers, 7 CFA trucks. It was a big deal. It was 2 years ago. There is a problem on that site. And as a consequence, we're suggesting that events are not permitted on any TFB day, not just a code red day, which is pretty catastrophic in its own right. TFB should be a condition for this venue to have an event on. There is problems with the hours of the operation between some of the documents go longer, shorter. We just think there should be clarification within the conditions. We're suggesting a 10 a.m. start with an 11 p.m. finish for everybody on the site, including organisers, staff and patrons off by midnight. We're suggesting about music.
You have to wind up, Kim, surely.
Okay. Music, DJs, it's going to be too much. The acoustic report stands for nothing. It's very poor. And we think that there should be a direct phone number for event controllers so that if there are complaints, we can do it straight away. It's impossible to call the police. They won't be there for 20 minutes or an hour and a half if they're coming from Benalla. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Kim. Thank you. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Roby?
From what I'm hearing, this is a question, Kim. What I'm hearing is that from every objector that you would like community consultation on this. Is that drilling right down to it? That's what you want?
Steve, I think you've heard tonight that everybody's sort of in the same position, going the same way with the same issues. We haven't had an opportunity to thrash that out. I'm not sure if there is common ground between us and the applicant on much or any of this, but either if that's a way of going and we need to defer something tonight, I'm sure people would be happy to talk. Whether the applicant's prepared to move towards some sort of community resolution, I don't know. I guess that's up for grabs.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Okay, thanks, Kim. Thanks again for your time. Thank you.
I'll try Des again. Let's try a different.
What's happened to Fiona Tweedy?
Yeah, I've got one more in the waiting room. I just can't identify that one either. I'm assuming it's Fiona.
Right, thank you.
I'm still having trouble getting Des though. Maybe I'll try both.
Mary Dunn's here.
Mary, can you hear us? Or Des? Mary or Des?
Mary or Des, you're on mute.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Des, I can hear you. Mark Holcomb, Des.
Hello, Mark. How are you? Sorry about that. I thought.
Des?
Do you want me to talk now?
Yes, please. And 3 minutes maximum, Des. We're running way behind.
Okay, right. My objections, well, we put in a submission. Basically, what we've got up here is when you come down Buttercup Road, there's about a dozen mark of smaller allotments that have been excised out of larger allotments. So it's not your typical FZ zoning. And as a result, there's a lot of people going to be affected by the proposal if it has, in fact, 20 events a year. Now, and those impacts are going to be traffic, danger coming in and out of Buttercup Road into Mount Buller Road. And I note that we have another wedding venue just over the road from us in Purcell Road. They have six events a year, which, if my maths are correct, is one. And if you look at when people get married, is usually around the Easter time, the 3 months around Easter and the 3 months leading up to Christmas. So there's a 6-month period where most of the majority of weddings happen. So if you look at the impact of that in Purcell Lane, that's 1 per month. If you look at, if you grant 20 events for the subject property, that would be, my maths right, into a 20 into a 6-month period, that's about 3.3 events per month, which is nearly 1 event per week. I think just by limiting the events decreases the risk. You've also got a fire risk. There's already been a fire up there, and if somebody were to throw away a butt and it gets into that goes up towards the ridge, that fire is just going to get right away. So there's going to have to be real fire protocols in place. I think the other thing that I wanted to highlight was, as I said before, the danger when people, if there are 20 events per year, with the number of people that will be up there, you can't tell me that a lot of people won't be leaving there not affected by alcohol. I was going to say something else, but not affected by alcohol. And the danger of turning into Mount Buller Road from Buttercup Road, particularly turning left or right, is severe. There's a 100-kilometre speed limit up there, and if the number of people leave late at night, turning into that traffic which you can't see because of the slope of the
Des, we're going to have to wind you up. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Is there any last sentence you want to add?
No, my big objection is just the number of events that are planned.
That's great. Thank you. Any questions, councillors? James, Councillor Teen?
Yeah, just one quick one, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to Des. You talk about those subdivisions along Buttercup Road that are, and I'm looking on a map. It's a map with where the objectives are. But can you see the planned venue from Buttercup Road, from your house on Buttercup Road?
No, we can't see it from here. When we're coming along Buttercup Road, Councillor T, and we can see it. It's quite clear. You can see it, no problem.
Yep. Okay, so I'm just taking most of those houses along Buttercup Road probably wouldn't have direct line of sight with that.
Sorry, say again?
I'm assuming that most of those houses which are marked, sorry, you haven't got the map in front of you, but most of quite a few houses in that subdivision area we're talking along prior to Coombs Road wouldn't have line of sight with wedding venue?
Some would, but probably some wouldn't.
Okay, yep.
The point I was trying to make is that it's not your normal, a good example would be if you had the same thing happening in, I don't know, Ancona, where it's a genuine farming zone. You haven't got those smaller properties around it, whereas this is, it's a bit of an anomaly here in Buttercup Road.
Yeah, sure. No, thanks, Des.
Thanks.
Any other questions, Councillor? Councillor Ravi?
Yeah, g'day, Des. It's Councillor Ravi here. Des, you were mentioning that wedding season's about 6 months, so that's 26 weeks. So if they wanted one every second week, you were suggesting that 12 to 13 would be a reasonable number. Is that what you're saying?
To be frank, Councillor Ravi, I think that it's just the more you've got, the bigger risk you've got with fire, with traffic on the road, and the impact on those all the people that live along Buttercup Road, and the danger at the intersection of Buttercup Road and Mount Buller Road. I'm just trying to say by reducing the number of events. It's up to you as a council to decide what's best, but by reducing that number, you reduce the risks of fire, you reduce the risks of accident at the intersection of Buttercup and Mount Buller Road. And you've already set the precedent over the road from me here by granting the Purcell Road wedding venue 6 events a year.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Des. Ravi. No other questions, councillors? Des, thanks very much for your time, and thanks very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So hopefully this is Fiona coming in now. Hello, Fiona.
Sorry. Fiona, Mark Holcomb. Fiona, are you there? Fiona, can you hear? Fiona, are you there?
China.
Fiona, you there, Fiona?
Yep, I am.
Yeah. Welcome, Fiona. Sorry, we've had some communication problems hooking up. Over to you, Fiona. If you could keep it brief to 3 minutes, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I'll try and not repeat anything. My main concern is the loss of amenity from noise funneling down the valley from this elevated and exposed place of assembly, deemed to be predominantly, but in the paperwork says not exclusively, weddings. I agree that the Enfield acoustics report is flawed. It was modelled without site visit. No recordings or data were provided. It seems to be based on modelling from one adjoining location only. It has also failed to recognise future dwellings on the Coombs Lane subdivision, which must be considered in your deliberations. Enfield was advised to exclude the existing dwelling 430 metres to the west, but the NIRV recommended maximum noise levels does not provide for exemptions from consenting residents or private agreements. Kat talked about the noise of music, about 100 decibels. The 3-ton excavator that was for the quarry project was 105 decibels. But this is a noise that we're going to hear at night. There's been a lot said about behind closed doors, very different from box tree in a marquee, but doors are going to be open and closed. There's a stunning view. It's an exposed site. So we are going to get the full force of noise. And especially that reverberating, thumping bass noise. The quarry recommendations, findings, there's a couple of really important ones. Point 60, the evidence puts some of the expected noise at or over the recommended noise levels based on state guidelines. The proposal would introduce a noticeable change in acoustic environment to the extent expected to generate complaints. That was during the day as well. Point 64 of that findings, the dwelling receptors are existing and lawfully established uses. The proposal cannot, in our view, coexist with them and instead would create ongoing conflict further in an environment where tranquility is part of the experience for tourist accommodation and the Alpine Club, including members in recuperation and recovery. This proposal would have an unaccepted noise impact. Point 69, suggested noise attenuation structures would be impractical and unsightly in such an exposed location close to the wedding venue, but you've got to think about it in reverse, the wedding venue on those subdivision lots. Experience personally from many years of living in other countries where no noise regulations exist, amplified music, live or recorded, you don't get much sleep at night with that loud thumping of bass noise
Fiona,
of music.
Fiona, your time's up. If you wouldn't mind wrapping up, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yep, no worries. I think no more than 6 per year. Look at the 11 o'clock finish and perhaps event in progress traffic restrictions along Buttercup Road would be fantastic. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you for your time. Councillors, any questions? Okay, thank you. I think that's the last of our submissions. Councillors, are there any other further questions, comments? Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a handful of questions I've jotted down here. Just in regards to the noise, there's been lots of the comments sort of thrown back and forth about the way that the noise was assessed. Kat Wright mentioned a handful of different regulations and things like that in order to assess the noise at night in a rural area. And it's probably a question directed towards Ms. Crane. Has that been taken into account? What's the addressing or method of addressing that?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor. So there's actually a range of things that have come up through the submissions, and I'm happy to talk to a number of them if you'd like, that I've made notes on from the submitters that have just spoken. But particularly in relation to noise, when we have a planning permit, we've got to be fairly careful about the kind of conditioning we do put in there. So we can't put conditions in that refer to other legislation particularly, but doesn't mean that the planning permit overrides their obligations under that other legislation. So the operator of this site will have obligations to comply with the Environment Protection Act in relation to noise, particularly noise in rural areas. And any permit we issue does not override their obligations in that space. So in relation to noise, that's how it's worked. And the acoustic testing just looks at some of that and balances it against those regulations.
Okay, excellent. And this may be a question directed towards Madam CEO. How were the residents notified about this intention?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Webb, but I will need to refer back to our planning manager who has all those details. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. CEO. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the application was notified twice to nearby and adjoining property owners. We also, so that was done twice deliberately because of the timing over the Christmas period and some of the wording. We also, when the further information was supplied in relation to some of the concerns that were raised by the objectors, that information was put back up on our website, and they were also notified again that there was information available and whether or not that it had addressed their concerns. I will note, and it's a standard thing that we do, in the cover letter we send advising them that a response to their objections has been made. There is an offer for a consultation meeting. We didn't get a request for it, but it is actually in the cover letter which we sent to the objectors with the information that further information had gone onto the website. However, I acknowledge that perhaps, you know, they obviously didn't feel that they had put that in. So I'm not sure what else we could do in that space, but the offer was made in that regard.
No,
I hope that
beautiful.
answers the question.
Thanks very much for that. A couple more questions, if I could, Mr. Mayor. Just regarding the recommendation put forward to council, the applicant mentioned on point 1 that a event management plan has already been submitted. The background on that, will they have to put another one through? Is the one they've submitted, are they resubmitting it? What's just very high level?
So yeah, so the through you, Mr. Mayor, the event management plan condition will bring together some of the work they've already done on the existing event management plan submitted with the application, but draw in some of the other information that was put together. So we're not referring to 7 different plans when we're trying to manage an event on this site. We've got one overarching plan that looks at emergency management, looks at traffic management, including those road signs that Ms. Tweedy was referring to, that would look at how they're going to manage the noise. And it would be things like there would be requirements in there for contact details for the people if there were issues of during an event. So those sort of things would all become part of that overarching document that would detail how the events on the site were going to be run in perpetuity. So every event would be run in accordance with this one plan that was endorsed as part of the permit.
Beautiful, thank you. And one final question. Point 7, with the responsible authority being council needing to notify all residents with a 3-kilometre radius. Is that typical or is that quite onerous for this kind of application?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is a good point. It's something we've put on partly in response to the objections that were raised, but however, Ms. Hogan made a very good point in that it's not necessarily, the permit itself is notification itself. It could be suggested that that last sentence be deleted and council be notified to make sure that we can keep track from a compliance perspective of the number of events being run, but putting no further burden on council to provide notification. So respectfully, that could be, if the recommendation was to be put forward, I would suggest that that last sentence in condition 7 could be deleted to take that burden from council, but still maintaining the ability to ensure compliance with the number of events that are being run.
Perfect. Thanks very much.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Tan.
Through you, Mayor, to Manager of Planning, Melissa. Just on page 23 of this proposal, it says that the nearest property, 283 Buttercup Road, is used for temporary accommodation and has been included in acoustic assessment. Dwellings are otherwise set back a distance of 850 metres, but we heard from one of the objectors, Helen Helen, anyway, that her residence was within 350 metres of the dwelling. Can you give me some clarification on that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the report that was provided detailed that the dwelling that was in 430 metres of the property is in the ownership of the permit applicant. So that was why that one was discounted. I am not as familiar with the one that is 350 metres, but I can, you know, that's something I'd have to take on notice and look into.
Yeah, and just some, I might have missed it in your previous answer, but just some clarification that on clause 1, clause 7 in the recommendation, and that is that it's only for events over and above the 20 where special permit would have to be, where notice would have to be provided to properties within a 3K radius. Is that correct?
No, technically that wasn't the intent of it. So there is some, I acknowledge that permit condition could have been worded better, which is why the suggestion has been made that last sentence perhaps be deleted from the recommendation should councillors decide to go down that path, and leave it with no more than 20 events are to be held on the subject land within a 12-month period, unless with the prior written consent, which would mean that they would only allow to have more than 20 events with consent of council, and that they at least 6 weeks prior to the events, they give council notice of those dates. And that, in leaving that second sentence in, would ensure that we could keep track that they weren't going to exceed that 20 events per annum, and that would be it.
Okay, but as it stands now, as it reads now,
yep.
I'm just trying to get my head around it. If after they've submitted their plan for their first event, then after that, the following 20, if they're only to have 20, they don't have to notify adjoining landholders within 3 kilometres for every event. Is that correct?
It certainly can be read that way, in that if a new date is approved, then we would then give notice, but that would be only, so that certainly can be read in that manner. So Ms. Hogan was reading it as if it was applying to all the events, and we would let everybody know of all the dates, but it can also, it is once a new date is approved by the responsible authority through that secondary consent process, it would be then we would provide notice. It's generally, when you have a planning permit for a specific number of events, you don't increase it with secondary consent lightly. You'd be very careful about doing any of that.
Thank you.
Councillor Turn, answer the question?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. Any further questions, councillors? Councillors, do we have a motion? Councillor Ravi?
Mr. Mayor, given the nature of the complexity of this and the amount of people that have objected tonight, I'd like to move a motion that that councillors would like to defer the decision till next month so as to consider the presentations by residents and further discuss with the executive and officers.
Thank you, Councillor Ravi. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Turn? Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just feel that this is a complexity here, too difficult to get to a resolution tonight by council, in my view, and that we should be listening to the community. They've obviously said that they want to engage with the applicant. Haven't done so yet, but they've got a month to do it with this recommendation, and I suggest that sort of get together and try and find an outcome to this, because a wedding event, in my view, another event could be a good thing for the Shire, given the times that we're in at the moment. It's tough for all venues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Turn, do you want to speak a second?
Yeah, I would like to, but I'll just defer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Webb?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. With respect to Councillor Raby, I don't disagree. It is a complex thing which certainly has been gone into some detail tonight. On the flip side of that, I feel that we've done a fair amount of engagement already. Potentially that may not have engaged some residents, or they have missed that engagement, and that may happen from time to time. I worry that delaying decisions like this makes it very hard to do business within our Shire when economic recovery and economic growth is of paramount importance to us. So I respectfully would prefer to put forward a recommendation or put forward a motion, an alternative motion today.
Would anyone else like to speak against the motion? Anyone for the motion? Okay. Councillor Sladen, would you like to second it? Do you want to say anything more? Councillor Tan?
So, sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, are you asking if councillors would like to second my alternate motion, which I've not yet put forward?
No, there's a motion already put forward, Councillor Webb. So we'll vote on that motion first.
Sorry,
Councillor
Mr. Mayor, I was on mute, and you've confused Councillor Sladen and Councillor myself, which is easy to do, no doubt, given that we've got similar shirts and ties on. So anyway, I'd like to support the motion that Councillor Raby has put forward, because I think it's very unclear, this recommendation, and there's just points 1, points 2, points 7, and a couple of the other points I've just not, I just know that it would take a lot to make them clearer and to thrash them out now. I think there's scope for the two parties to come together. I've heard that from the objectors tonight and from the person putting the application forward. So I would like to see that they go back. This goes back to council officers for some more work down the track and come back to us in hopefully a short period of time.
Thanks, Councillor Ted. Councillor Raby, is the mover of the motion, do you wish to sum up at all?
Yeah, I'd like to sum up thanking Councillor Webb. I understand your point of view, and I completely understand your point of view, Councillor Webb. It's only one more month. I think that the applicant would be happy to get to a resolution in a month. I know it's been 7 now, but being 8 and getting somewhere is, in my view, a good outcome for all people in our Shire. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Raby. Those in favour of the motion? The motion is passed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could respectfully suggest that council suspend standing orders to facilitate a 15-minute break. It's been a long time, and I think a break would be welcomed by most participants, please.
Great idea, Madam CEO. Thank you.
And it looks like Councillor Sladen's putting the motion forward.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Yes, I'd like to put forward the motion that we suspend standing orders for 15 minutes.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Webb. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you. Well, 15 minutes, so we'll meet back 10 past 8. 10 past 8. Thank you.
I think I can do that. I'll do mine. Oh, where did I go? How can I see who's in there?
Jeez.
Not muted.
No, not your fault. Michelle, it says my video is stopped because the host has stopped it. Ah.
That work?
Yep. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Anyone not present? Okay, let's move on to item 13.3.1, the Community Recovery and Resilience Grant, and responsible officer is Interim General Manager of Community and Corporate Services, Mandy Kinnersley. Are there any questions or comments on the document? Mandy, I just have a question. I see Rosehaven's mentioned twice on page 40 with the funding recommendation for round 2, and yet the recommendation is for the Mansfield District Hospital for Superford Schools.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You've picked up a typo of ours, so I can confirm, and I've also got our Senior Coordinator Community and Economic Development here who will correct me if I'm wrong, but the suit for schools is actually Mansfield District Hospital, so the wording in the recommendation on the report before you is correct.
Wording in the recommendation is correct. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ted.
Yeah, just one question with this report. Is it not, why is this one not deemed confidential like some other reports when we're announcing funding to groups?
Sorry, Councillor Slade. Just a second, Councillor Slade.
Councillor Tian, all recommendations in relation to the Business and Community Recovery Advisory Committee grant allocations have all gone before council. They've all been made public.
No, but Paul, they've been in a confidential part of council.
Yes, that was.
That's how I understood it.
That's not my recollection.
Yeah, we took some offline, I thought. Well, the Highline grant was one, I thought.
No.
No? I thought there's some grants, we did some grants that were offline.
Not in relation to this committee, no.
Okay.
I stand to be corrected, but that's my recollection.
I just saw, given that there was obviously there was applicants who weren't successful, and they would just read about it in the agenda, or were they notified prior to the agenda going out that they weren't successful?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, Saskia. Sorry, thank you.
No problem. Thank you. No, so applicants were not notified because this council meeting is really, the decision is with you now to follow the recommendation of funding. So, and what Paul, Councillor Sladen mentioned before is correct. In my knowledge, none of the previous funding grant applications recommendations have been confidential. They've always gone to council briefing and then to council meetings.
Okay, thanks, Saskia.
Okay, thank you.
Just another question I just got on it. The Melbourne Cup picnic race was rejected once before because of alcohol. How's that been addressed?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The main issue was regarding not just providing alcohol, but it was providing alcohol right next to children entertainment, but also extending the hours of the event. So their initial application was to add several hours post races with musical entertainment. And that's where really the issue was around safety and also having the children entertainment at the same time. So they have changed their application quite considerably now for the second round. There still will be provision of alcohol, but that was never the issue because multiple events have alcohol provision. So now the focus is really around developing the children entertainment. They've changed their whole site plan. So the area where the children are is not just somewhere in a corner, and it's a much safer area visible where the parents in the marquees are. They also have added a family room and have thought more through their different target audiences. For example, for the elderly, they have a special area for the elderly with undercover and chairs and tables. So they've really changed the application, in other words, yeah.
Councillor Sladden?
Mr. Mayor and councillors, you will recall that in an earlier report, both the race club and the Mansfield producers had applied for funding under this program, but their initial applications were deemed to not satisfy the criteria of the group funding guidelines and were therefore asked to resubmit. And that was in the last report that came before council. So they have done that resubmission. They do now, according to the subcommittee, do abide by the guidelines, and therefore they have been deemed successful in receiving this funding.
Thanks, Councillor Sladden. Any further questions, councillors? Do we have a motion? Councillor Webb?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, slides. Recommendation, a motion being that council endorse the Business and Community Recovery Advisory Committee's recommendation as listed in tonight's agenda without amendment.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Sladden? Councillor Webb, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, just that I'm a very big advocate of community events in this format. Everything that can bring the community together, provide an economic stimulus is very, very positive, and I fully encourage these events and look forward to them.
Thanks, Councillor Webb. Councillor Sladden, would you like to speak a second?
Yes, I would just like to flesh out what the recommendation was that we're moving here. So it is to endorse the business, the BCRAC committee's decisions there, but also to write to the unsuccessful applicants and also to thank the Business and Community Recovery Advisory Committee and the subcommittee for the work that they've done for this whole project. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sladden. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Any other questions? Councillor Webb, do you want to wrap it up?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, those in favour? The motion is passed. Thank you. Thank you, Saskia.
Thank you.
Item 13.3.2, procurement policy. Responsible officer Interim General Manager, Community and Corporate Services, Melanie Kinnersley. Are there any questions or comments, councillors, on the document? Do we have a motion? Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Motion be that council endorse the Mansfield Shire Council Procurement Policy 2021 and endorse the Section 5 Instrument of Delegation from Council to CEO dated 22nd of June 2021 and revoke the previous instrument dated 16th of March 2021.
Thanks, Councillor Webb. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ravi. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Webb?
Just that it's good to see this come through. I think it's just makes procurement a quicker and less bureaucratic process. So I'm glad to see it come through.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. Second, Steve. Councillor Ravi. Would anyone like to speak against or for the motion? Those in favour? The motion is passed. Thank you. The borrowing and debt management policy, item 13.3.3, again under Mandy Kinnersley. Any comments or questions? Do we have a motion, councillors? Councillor Ravi. You're on mute, Steve. You're on.
Yeah, I've got it now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the motion that council endorse the borrowing and debt management policy 2021 as recommended by the Mansfield Shire Council Audit and Risk Committee.
Thanks, Councillor Ravi. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Tam. Councillor Ravi, you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, following on from Councillor Webb, it's good to have these policies in place. It's part of the Local Government Act 2020 and gives us something to aim for. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Webb. Councillor Ravi, sorry. The second would like to speak.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and just comment that there has not been a borrowing policy, and we've developed one, and it seems appropriate to me and timely. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Toon. Are there any would like to speak for or against the motion? Those in favour? The motion is passed. Thank you. Item 13.3.4, carry forwards projects policy. Again, under Ms. Kinnersley. Do we have a motion, councillors? Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Motion being that council endorse the carry forward projects policy 2021 as recommended by the Mansfield Shire Council Audit and Risk Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. Seconder. Councillor Tam. Do you wish to speak to the motion, Councillor Webb?
No, thanks.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Those in favour? The motion is passed. Thank you. Item 13.3.5, investment policy. The responsible officer is Ms. Kinnersley. Any questions or comments? We have a mover for the motion. Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Motion being that council endorse the revised investments policy 2021.
Thank you. A seconder. Councillor Sladen. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Webb?
No, thanks.
Councillor Sladen.
No, it's just procedural, updating the 2018 policy, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Those in favour of the motion? Motion is passed. Community Corporate Services Director at the Financial Management Strategy. Again, under Ms. Kinnersley. Are there any questions or comments? Do we have a mover for the motion? Councillor Raby.
I'd like to move the motion that Council endorse the Financial Strategy 2021 as recommended by the Audit and Risk Committee.
Thanks, Councillor Raby. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Webb. Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Raby?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Webb?
No, thanks.
Those in favour of the motion? The motion is passed. Item 13.3.7, the review of council and mayoral allowances. Responsible officer is Coordinator Governance and Risk, Michelle Kane. Councillors, do any questions or comments on what's been written? Councillor Webb? Oh, sorry, Councillor Raby.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to ask a question regarding the increase in superannuation guarantee. I believe that may be a federal legal requirement. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. That's applied as of the 1st of July.
And just to be clear through you, Mr. Mayor, that is the equivalent. Councillors do not receive superannuation. It's a plus equivalent. So.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councillors, do we have a motion? Councillor Raby.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the motion that Council resolved in accordance with Section 72 of the Local Government Act 1989 to set the allowances with the order in council as a Category 1 council at the maximum level of one council allowances $21,049 per annum plus superannuation equivalent, and two mayoral allowances $62,884 per annum plus superannuation equivalent, subject to any indexation of the allowances applied automatically as determined by the Minister for Local Government.
Councillors, do we have a motion? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Raby. It's getting very late. Seconder. Councillor Sladen. Councillor Raby, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Would, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say to our audience that these allowances have not increased from last year.
Thank you. Councillor Sladen, do you wish to speak?
Just to state that these allowances are set by the state government, they're not set by the individual council. Thank you.
Anyone like to speak against the motion? Those in favour? Motion is passed. Item 13.3.8, the revenue rating plan for 21-25. Responsible officer is Ms. Kindersley. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions here, Mandy Kinnersley, if I may. Just in regards to the proposed differential rates, where does Mansfield sit in comparison to other shires in regards to the proposed rates?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do have that information, but not at hand at the moment, so I might have to take that one on notice and come back to you, Councillor.
And what the other question which will flow into that, and where the rate in the dollar sits compared to other shires? I believe it is certainly in the lower end, as I understand it.
And again, I'll have to come back to you on that one. Sorry, I don't have that data at hand right now.
Any other questions, councillors? Do we have a mover for a motion? Councillor Turn.
You're on mute, James.
You're on mute. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that the council, having considered written and verbal submissions, adopt the Mansfield Shire Council Revenue and Rating Plan 21-25 for the purpose of Section 93 of the Local Government Act 2020 with the following amendments, which is A, to increase the farm differential from 58% to 59%, and 2, to thank all submitters for their participation in the Revenue and Rating Plan development process and advise them in writing of the reasons for the adoption of the Revenue and Rating Plan 21-25.
Thanks, Councillor Turn. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Raby. Councillor Turn, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do. It's just that following following the fourth change to the valuations in the budget, that the movement of the differential for farmland from 58 to 59 will bring into line the proposed rate increases in each sector in table 4.1.1c of the budget, back in line with the percentage increases and decreases in the original budget. Sorry, in the proposed budget.
Thanks, Councillor Turn. The seconder, Councillor Raby, you wish to speak? You're on mute, Steve.
Sorry. I reserve my right to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Raby. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm strongly against this motion and the revenue and rating plan that's proposed. And I do want to address members of our community who are watching to help explain in plain terms this revenue and rating strategy. There's been lots of language bandied around the convincing of the community that this strategy and budget is designed to help those hardest hit by the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. And in short, this is the plan, according to this proposed plan. So the rural, residential and commercial farmland gets a tidy decrease, while the commercial properties that our local businesses operate from, the businesses that wore the absolute brunt of the economic burden from the COVID-19 pandemic, will be hit with a 6% increase. The way that this proposed differential rating strategy is set, if it's passed, will mean that the owner of a commercial property will pay 85% more in rates than a commercial farm of the same value, after receiving a significant increase in their land valuations and having their best year on record for farmers, according to the Mansfield Courier. How does this benefit those hardest hit by the pandemic? Our economy is circular, and the businesses that are hit with this will pass the increased cost of operation, and these flow-on effects will impact everyone, and they'll greatly impact our economic recovery. There's justifications flying around that this helps smooth the rate burden, with the promise that next year the residential property rate will go up, or the value will go up. But there's no evidence to support this, and it's conjecture and hearsay. community submissions we've received specifically regarding the revenue and rating strategy were in the strong majority against this course of action. And I feel the majority of councillors are not listening to the community. They're not listening to expert advice, and they've not once taken pause to discuss or to question if this is the right course of action. The logical train of thought that this information points to is that this revenue and rating strategy is opportunistic and underhanded for them to achieve unrealistic and uninformed agendas. I feel that the majority of councillors are acting with closed minds, regardless of information presented to them, and are blatantly dismissing community feedback. And it's for all these reasons that I am in strong opposition of this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Webb. Anyone other speakers against the motion? Councillor Sladen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, firstly, I'd just like to point out that this is a new document under the Act, under the new Local Government Act. It's a new requirement of councils to implement. It is a 4-year, it's got to be at least a 4-year strategy, even though it will be revised each year in line with the budget process. But also the plan must not only feed into the budget, but it will also feed into the long-term financial planning documents. The rating plan, the revenue and rating plan does outline how council will in the future look at its income sources. It looks at the rating strategies, and the rating strategy under the Local Government Act, not the 2020 Act, but the 89 Act, in terms of differential rating, is quite clear that the differential, any council that introduces differential ratings or differential categories, that it must be fair and equitable, so that all those categories contribute fairly and equitably to council's ongoing operations. The way that this current, as presented, revenue and rating plan, I cannot support that because my reading of it is that it actually flies in the spirit and intent of the differential requirements as under the Act. I agree with Councillor Webb that again, this draft or the proposed strategy that's before us does hit those people, the commercial sector that did have the hardest time during COVID, yet they've been rewarded with a with an increase. Their percentage of the rate burden does increase, whereas the agriculture sector does decrease. Therefore, I cannot support this this document. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sladen. Any other, Councillor Ravi, as a seconder, would you like to speak?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Webb, for putting that on record. I look forward to refuting some of those allegations that you've made. I don't agree with you, but I think that there's been a lot of work done on this budget and this rating strategy, and I think it's a good outcome. Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Turn is the mover of the motion.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, I disagree with some of the comments made by the prior speakers, in particular the one that said that commercial land or commercial operators who were hardly hit, and I definitely agree with that, by the recent downturn, at a 6% rate increase, they didn't. If you look at table 4.1.1c and you look at the rate collected from commercial businesses compared to last year, it's a minus 0.5% increase. So, sorry, that's I'm looking at the wrong document. It's a negative 0.3% decrease. So I think this is a good rating strategy, and I'm happy to be proposing it.
Thanks, Councillor Sladen. Sorry, okay. It's too late for me. Thanks. I thought it was Councillor Sladen speaking. Sorry, Councillor Turn. Sorry. Those in favour of the motion? Motion is passed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to call for a division.
No problem. We'll vote again. Those in favour of the motion? Those against?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you need to call each councillor by name. Thank you.
So those in favour, we'll just do that again. Those in favour of the motion? Councillor Holcomb, Councillor Tehan, Councillor Rabi. Those against? Councillor Sladen, Councillor Webb. Thank you. Motion is passed. Item 13.3.9, the budget 21-22. Responsible Officer, Ms. Kinnersley, are there any questions or comments on the budget? Do we have a motion, councillors? Councillor Tan?
Sorry, excuse me,
Excuse me.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Webb had his hand up well before Councillor Tan. Sorry.
Sorry. Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions, if I could, to Ms. Kinnersley. Just quickly, what is the rate that the Minister for Local Government and Essential Services Commission are recommending that it is increased by this year?
Through the Bear. So the rate cap has been declared by the Minister for Local Government on advice from the Essential Services Commission at 1.5% for the next financial year 21-22.
Thank you. Follow-on question for that. And what's the projected difference in incoming revenue for the Shire over the next 10 years if we didn't pass on this rate?
So the difference between applying a 1.5% next year and a 0% next year, assuming that the following 10 years sit with an increase around about forecast CPI, is about $2.1 million across that 10-year period.
Thank you. Another question. Am I correct in saying that our cash will drop basically to zero in financial year 26-27?
So again, through the Mayor, the current prediction is that Council is yet to endorse their 10-year financial plan. So obviously year 26 and 27 falls outside of the 4 years of this budget that's before you tonight. But without further workshopping those numbers based on the financial strategy and the assumptions underlying that, that is correct at this point in time.
Thank you. What are the implications for that for the community and the council if we have no cash?
Well, we can't deliver services that, sorry.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's probably an unreasonable question to an officer. Thank you.
Thanks. One final question, if I could. In regards to the heavy vehicle alternative route, do we have any firm costings on this as yet?
I think that's probably oh, sorry. Is
that would be a question, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager of Infrastructure and Planning. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We have a cost estimate that was prepared by council officers, and that will be firmed up as part of the detailed design process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Sorry, Councillor Rowe.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've got a question. What was to Ms. Kinsley, sorry, Mandy. What was the rate increase last year in percentage terms?
Through the Mayor, so last year we had a successful hire application and it was at, I think it was 13.94%, which was only a 2% net increase in income to council because it was offset against a significant decrease in the waste charge that was factored into that.
Yeah, right. 13 point, what was it? 13.9.
I think it was 13.94.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah. No, I've lost my other question. Sorry about that.
Right, Councillor Sladen.
I think, to be fair, that we need to clarify that 13.9% increase. That was a one-off, and it was a direct moving from the rate over to the waste charge. It was not a 13% rate increase. People's rates did not go up by 13.9%. The rates went up as per the rate cap that was set by the state government, which was 2%. So we just need to be careful when we're banding those figures around.
Yeah, we understand the reasons why it happened, Paul. Councillors, any other questions or comments? Councillor Sladen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have another one to Ms. Alexander, if I may. My understanding is that it was only at the last meeting that the tender for the design of the alternate route was awarded. So, you know, three or 4 weeks ago. When can we expect a detailed plan for the alternate route?
I'll have to take that one on notice through you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of an exact date, the design is in progress. They started survey this week, and we would expect to have some preliminary designs to look at fairly shortly. But in terms of the exact date, I'd have to take one on notice. I don't have it with me.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander.
Councillors, any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Robbie.
Yeah, just a follow on from Councillor Sladen's question. It's interesting that was brought up because in 2018, in September, the council meeting endorsed the building of the bridge in Dead Horse Lane. And I was wondering how the bridge got built if there was no road plan. Do you know how it got built, Councillor Sladen, without no road plan?
Got built by a bridge builder, Councillor Raby.
Oh, right, okay.
As a result of federal funding from under the bridges and the bridges program, federal funding. That's how it got built.
Councillors, is there any other comments? Do we have a motion? Councillor Toon.
Councillor Toon, you're on mute. Sorry.
Sorry, Madam CEO. I would like to move a motion, and the record. In line with the recommendation on page 68 of the agenda, with an amendment to the cents in the dollar in the general rate categories, that being that the general rate of 0.2564 cents in the dollar of CIV for all rateable residential properties, a general rate of 0.3667 cents in the dollar of CIV for all rated commercial properties, a general rate of 0.3333 cents in the dollar of CIV for all rateable vacant land, a general rate of 0.2205 cents in the dollar of CIV for all rural residential properties, and a general rate of 0.1513 cents in the dollar of CIV for all farmland properties.
Is that anything else on that motion, Councillor Tan?
No, just as is in the recommendation on page 68 and 69 of the Shire agenda.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Rabi? Councillor Tan, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I'll reserve my right to speak to the motion. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Rabi?
I'm going to reserve my right to speak, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Those against the motion? Councillor Webb?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Considering no one else wants to speak, I'm happy to. And believe it or not, I'm strongly against this motion. Specifically, there's a few points I have massive concerns about, and I want to draw the community's attention to them. $2.6 million of borrowings that this draft budget has slated for the truck alternative route. We know that this project's been on the books for a long time and it was always intended to be delivered in individual steps. And due to historical mismanagement and other reasons, council's now in the position where it has to be delivered all at once. The problem with that is the cost for repayments of this borrowing is around $288,000 per year for the next 10 years. Just as a bit of a comparison for those watching, our budget for new initiatives is about $400,000 per year. For all the budgets beyond this one, once these repayments have been absorbed with the 0% rate increase, it leaves us with about 112, give or take, providing there's no cost increases and no new service provisions. So as a contrast, just to put it into scope for people, we're spending 200 grand this year on a toilet block in Jamison. So 112 grand doesn't leave us with very much. This new initiative budget is supposed to drive planning and strategy and innovation in our Shire, plans for new buildings and new pools and strategies around housing and tourism and economic development, the plans for sensible development for our outlying communities. Without any money in this new initiative budget, we can't do any of this. And we're quickly growing and we're quickly changing, and we have to be able to adapt to these times. We can cast our eyes further afield than this budget, and we can easily project these impacts, as Ms. Kinsley informed us earlier. The decision on this budget, provided that we increase at an average rate over the next 10 years, is going to reduce our revenue collected by council by 2.2 million over 10 years. Council is a service delivery organisation, and this is $2.2 million of services that cannot be provided. And it's not just roads, rates and rubbish. It's aged care, Meals on Wheels, youth services, library outreach, childcare, local footy, support for our outlying communities. And it's providing strategy around the huge influx of new people coming to our town. And it's the ability to weather bushfires, blackouts and pandemics. And it's all of these services that this budget will put at risk and pull into question. The cost for comparison for a 1.5% rate increase to the average ratepayer is about 20 bucks. 20 bucks. It's less than a steak at the pub. The current cash flow projections of this budget and revenue rating strategy has us going broke and year 26-27. Luckily, that's the next council's problem, right? So this line of reasoning leads me to conclude on a few points. Huge borrowings, massive borrowings, without any rate increase is a logic which pulls in entirely different directions. It doesn't make sense. I really question the benefit and the return on investment of a truck alternative route that doesn't really have to be used. This is a time where the economic recovery of our Shire and the entire country is in sharp focus, and this money could be better spent attracting new industries, skilled workers, supporting our local businesses, or actually planning for the future. I've got real concerns of the services that this budget is going to put at risk because we won't be able to afford to increase them or even maintain some of them at the current level. The requirement to repay these borrowings can possibly lead to services like aged care or youth services to be outsourced and maybe to private companies that put profits before people. That's what this budget puts at risk. I said it before, but I really feel the majority of councillors are not listening to the community. The majority of feedback we receive from prominent members in our community, from those who are experts in financial fields, and even the Minister for Local Government have been completely ignored. And you're not budging from this agenda that you're driving. You're putting your own needs and your own desires ahead of our community. Is this really the leadership you want to provide? Anyway,
Thanks, Councillor Webb. I think you've probably
I've said my point. Thank you.
So thank you. Councillor Sladen, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Similarly, I have concerns regarding the alternate truck route. I'm concerned that there is no standing council resolution by this or a previous council to progress this project. I'm concerned that there are no detailed plans or costings for this project. I'm concerned that the $300,000 per year interest that has to be repaid over 10 years will not be there. That money will not be there to progress our key strategies, key projects, such as the Lord's Oval, Lake Eildon Master Plan, the Station Precinct, and the many requests that we have heard throughout the budget process from the outlying communities. In terms of the budget itself, I said when it went out for public consultation that it was naive, short-sighted, and irresponsible. And my mind hasn't changed regarding that. The state government, with the rate capping of 1.5%, has taken in consideration the effects of COVID on the Victorian economy. They have decreased it from 2% to 1.5%. The 0% rate increase does not allow for any maintenance of our current assets, let alone the assets that will need maintaining as a result of the natural growth that the Shire is experiencing, as was highlighted earlier by Councillor Rabi. So it cannot, there will be no extra or additional income there to support anything new, and I'm concerned that it won't be enough to cover the growth that is occurring. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Sladen. Councillor Rabi, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I do. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I welcome the opportunity to speak to the motion. I'm happy with the outcome and intent of the proposed budget, and I'm comforted that Council can provide some economic relief to our ratepayers. The recent state of emergency, firstly with bushfires coupled with the restrictions to travel imposed due to the outbreak of COVID, and with no direction as to what can happen in the near future. These factors have had a decimating effect on tourism visitation in the Mansfield Shire. Council's been listening to the community, and I've been engaging with many business owners and staff since being elected. And what I've heard is that they are really doing it tough. This rate relief is that people such as one local family-run business in the High Street, which relies solely on the tourism trade and was effectively shut down for 4 months last year with no rent relief from the landlord. They were appreciative that council could provide some economic relief with rates. In their view, which is echoed around the Shire, this will soften the blow of recent economic turmoil and support the local business economy as they try to recover. In this gesture, in difficult times, it provides hope and gives business owners the passion to move on through the tough times and it proves that we're listening. After careful and responsible financial modelling, we have a budget delivering an alternative truck route, which will improve road safety, especially in the eastern part of Dead Horse Lane, where there was a fatality of a Mansfield resident in recent years. And following on from the acceptance tonight of the Mansfield Commercial and Industrial Land Strategy motion, it makes imminent sense to finish this project. We have record spending on roads and infrastructure, also focusing on the environment and renewable energy. With the commencement of a rollout to fit all Shire buildings with solar panels and a sound plan for tree planting to beautify our surroundings, without council earning any additional income from rates. It's the budget of compassion coupled with wise financial modelling to ensure Mansfield Shire can meet all its financial and social obligations now and in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Ravi. Just before I hand over to the council team to sum up, I'd just like to say a few words as well. I disagree with quite a lot with how these budgets have been interpreted, but I'm fully supportive of it. In fact, I think it's one of the best budgets I've seen produced by this council in the 12 years I've been following it. And I say that for a couple of reasons. There's an income surplus of $4.5 million this year, which is 84% up against last year. There's net cash of 8.8 million, which is 33% up against last year. There's a record capital works of 12.5 million, the highest capital works this council has achieved. And expenditure is reduced by $2.2 million. So no matter, with all the budgets I've seen, this is significantly better than any one I've seen before. And our rate revenue, despite what's being said, is actually increased by 2.2%. That 2.2% is a higher rate increase than our nearby Shire, Murrindindi, and slightly less than Strathbogie and Alpine. And that's without a rate increase, and that's because we've given rate relief of $180,000 back to the community. And the reason we've given it back to the community is because of what this community's been through in the last 18 months. And I'm not too sure who Councillor Webb speaks to in the community, but I certainly speak to a lot more different people than that. And not one of them have had a good year. None of them are happy with how things have gone. They've all had problems with bushfires, drought, power outages, COVID, 2 lockdowns, and now they can't get staff. And it's not just the hospitality people who can't get staff. Basically, all industries are having struggles getting staff at the moment, including our Shire and including farmers, the ones who you alluded to earlier. So we're now seeing, for the first time ever, shops shut on weekdays in our town. I've never seen that before. We're seeing not just the hospitality who can't get staff, but supermarkets, chemists, all the retailers, and as I said, farmers can't get staff. that has massive impacts on the profitability of these businesses if you can't run them because you don't have staff. So I very much listen to the community. In fact, I went to every one of those presentations we gave, everyone. I've spoken to lots of other people around. I'm in contact with the various ratepayer groups. I haven't heard, in the community groups, we got about 5 out of the whole lot that we visited, people who raised concerns about it. They weren't objections, they just raised concerns. So I'm clearly speaking to different groups than others. The $180,000 is rate relief is not something that should be trivialised by how much it is the cost. They're getting a cost of a stake. It's $180,000 which is going back into the community. Hopefully, that $180,000 can then be spent on buying stakes that go through the businesses there. If you want to use the analogy of stakes, but this is rate relief that should not be trivialised in terms of poor analogies like buying of a stake. But what I would say that this 0% rate increase has been undertaken by 20% of Victorian councils in the last year, and we should have done this last year, in my view. 20% of Victorian councils did it, as did our neighbours Murrindindi and Strathbogie. They took a very responsible approach to what was facing them in the streets of their communities. The proposed rate relief of $180,000, just to put it into context, is 0.7% of the Shire's income in next year's budget. It is unbelievably immaterial. By any definition of materiality, 0.7%. It's less than 1.8% of our staff budget and less than we spend on consultants in terms of rates, in terms of consulting fees versus what's going to impact on our budget. This, as I said, our rate revenue will rise by 2.2% or approximately $200,000 this year, totally outweighing what we would have got from the 1.5% rate increase. In terms of the heavy vehicle bypass, the issue we have with the heavy vehicle bypass is we have a massive safety issue. For these trucks to be going through our town, past schools, not only is there a danger to the community in terms of what an accident that's waiting to happen, it's also what's being done to the roads within our towns. That's one of the reasons why it's been done. The other reason why it's been done is we've just passed an industrial and commercial strategy. That the basis of that industrial commercial strategy is the fact that they need big trucks going past those industrial commercial zones we've just endorsed. What's the point in having that zone if we're going to have dirt roads going past it? Just doesn't make any sense at all to me. It doesn't make sense at all. It's taken 10 years to get done. It doesn't make any sense at all that if our alternative is that we pay back $500,000 and have to refund the grant of $1.4 million. That makes no commercial sense at all to me. There are no borrowing covenants that are going to be breached. That we're going to go broke or anything like that. There is no borrowing covenants being breached in any of the indicators that I've seen. So I think it's imperative that this. I think it's a great gesture and a timely gesture to make a rate reduction or a rate relief, and I also think it's way past time that we endorsed and got over the problems some people seem to have with this heavy vehicle bypass. So that all makes this budget makes enormous financial sense to me, and in fact, it refocuses and in fact refusing this budget is what makes no sense to me. So thank you. I'll now hand over to Councillor Toon to wrap up.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and interesting to hear the different points of view about this. I do, before I start, go back to one of the comments that say that this budget was going to send us broke. Well, if you have a look at the cash flow statement on page 23 of the budget, it goes out to year 24-25, and it's as good as $3 million. So I just totally disrepute any allegations that say we're going broke. The key point in this budget is rate relief. For the past 18 months, ratepayers in this shire have faced extreme economic hardship through bushfires, drought, poor snow seasons. No snow last year. Plus they were basically, the businesses were shut down. And all the time dealing with the coronavirus. We look at this snow season now and the uncertainty of people even coming here because of the state government's imposition to make them get COVID tested before they come. They're all going to pack their bags and go to New South Wales or New Zealand or wherever it is. We just come out of another lockdown and we still face uncertain times ahead. Some of our most important industries and employers have been shut down at short notice and have lost substantial amounts of money. Local government is the closest government to the community. The community looks to local government for leadership, compassion and understanding more than its state and federal government counterparts. I was recently contacted by a local businesswoman who described how last June, when we entered the second lockdown, her business immediately lost 40,000 in bookings and within a week, and then the phone stopped ringing. She went on to say how close the business went to closing and her will to keep it going was nearly lost. She kept the doors open because of the community support and told me that this rate relief, although not financially huge, had an impact in terms of emotional support and gave her heart to continue on in the business. This budget has no cuts to services. This budget has sound cash flow projections. And recently, we have started to see service efficiencies and cost savings driven by good financial and organisational management from the CEO down. 7 community meetings were held throughout the Shire, attended by about 100 people. The most queried about was the proposed heavy vehicle bypass. The decision to continue this project, in my mind, is an easy one. We have an engineering team that are capable of delivering the project. It is vital for the town's safety and protection of its infrastructure. Interest rates are at an affordable level, and most importantly, we have a designated and approved route. If we don't move ahead, we forfeit and pay back grant funding of nearly $500,000 or more. But most importantly, we will never get another opportunity. You look at towns like Hamilton in Western Victoria, which has been debating a heavy vehicle bypass route for 10 years and still can't agree on one. This means hundreds of mining, agricultural and freight trucks thunder through the main street of town on a major highway. Now, if they agree on a route, the cost will be 3 times when they started, and it will probably never go ahead. We can't afford to miss this opportunity. And that's why I'm strongly recommending this budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tam. There's been enough discussion on this. Are those in favour of the motion? Those against? I'd like a division on that, please.
Thank you.
Those in favour of the motion? Councillor Holcomb, Councillor Raby, Councillor Tam. Those against? Councillor Sladen, Councillor Webb. Thank you. Okay, next item. Assembly of Councils report. Do we have a mover of this of a motion for the Assemblies of Councils? Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Motion being that Council receive and note the Assembly of Councils report for the period 11th of May to 15th of June 2021.
Seconder. Councillor Tehan. Those in favour of the motion? Motion is passed.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. You're just off screen. You're only half on screen these days, so you might need to move a little bit that way. Thank you.
Thanks. It's a better look when I'm off. The item 15, council resolutions register. Do we have a motion? Councillor Arabi?
Yeah, I'd like to move that council receive and note the council resolutions register as at the 15th of June 2021, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Arabi. Seconder? Councillor Sladen? Those in favour? Motion is passed. Advisory and special committee reports. Item 16.1, do we have a motion? Councillor Webb.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Motion being that council receive the minutes of the Mansfield Shire Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 17th of May 2021.
Thanks, Councillor Webb. Do we have the seconder? Everyone asleep? Councillor Sladen? Those in favour of the motion? The authorisation of the sealing of documents. Are there any questions on this? So could someone please tell me what the sealing of these documents, what these documents are, the Long Lane Bar White and Stoneleigh Park Estate?
I will pass over to the General Manager Infrastructure and Planning, Mr. Mayor, but just to explain, our governance rules indicate or require that any documents sealed with a common seal, council's common seal, need to be reported to council. So I'll pass over to the General Manager Infrastructure and Planning, I think, or is it over to the other General Manager of Community and Corporate Services? No?
Do we not? I understand that point, Madam CEO. I'm just trying to work out what they are. What are we sealing?
They look like they're planning Section 173 agreements, so that are put on planning permits.
Yes,
So
that's correct.
Yes,
that is correct.
In Stoneleigh Park, is that the first stage, second stage, or?
I actually, through you, Mr. Mayor, I actually don't have that information with me. I'd have to take that one on notice.
Okay.
But they definitely are planning documents.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. So, do we have a motion, councillors?
Just before you move on, Mr. Mayor, who actually signs those?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the CEO executes those documents.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion, councillors? Councillor Sladen?
The council note the Section 173 agreement for 1523 Long Lane Bar White was sealed by council on the 16th of April 2021, and note that the Section 173 agreement for Stoneleigh Park Estate Mansfield was sealed by council on the 14th of May 2021.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Webb. Those in favour? The motion is passed. Nothing to report on items 18, 19, and 20. I now declare the meeting closed. And thank you to any still online. Thank you to this Madam CEO and this executive team and to all councillors, and apologise all round for how long this has taken and for keeping you away from where we all should be. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Good night, everyone.